cool. You haven't been able to hear me this whole time, and I didn't notice until just now because fucking OBS changed my mic source to default, which it doesn't. Default is nothing apparently. So that's cool. You didn't miss anything at all. Just me rambling. I was scrolling through Barnes & Noble, looking at Black Friday sales. I'm gonna take my hair out. And talking, I don't know, about nothing. I hope you guys had a good week. Also me looking for my goddamn glasses cleaning cloth, which seems to have gone missing. And that's actually bothering me a lot because my glasses are dirty. And I don't know where it went. I have a feel my dog stole it and took it somewhere. But I really hope she didn't, because that was like my only glasses thing. My glasses are dirty and gross. And it's bugging me. Hi, Nico! You made it! You did it! How goes it? Happy Friday! Do I risk cleaning my glasses on my shirt and them getting dirtier? Or just getting smudged? Not dirtier, just smudged. We're gonna risk it. And we'll see how bad of an idea it is. Wasn't a good idea. Thanks for joining me for Troubleshooting with Gabby. I'm your host, a frustrated Gabby. It'll have to do. Then the yark. I think the yark would just make it worse, really. I think it would just smudge the oils and shit around, which is what the t-shirt's doing too, but slightly better. My friend bought Baldur's Gate 3, and now that's all she's talking about. At some point I'll get Baldur's Gate 3. But I'm kind of waiting till it goes on sale, which will probably be never, but no, I was not using the sweater. I don't think it's on sale. Check my growing wish list. No, of course it isn't. Also, it's something I just found out, which isn't new news, but Horizon Forbidden West is finally coming to PC early next year. I missed that announcement completely. I got too many early 2024 release games that I'm chomping at the bit to get my hands on. And then Baldur's Gate 3. I'm at least waiting until my friend helps me finish fixing my computer. And then I'll worry about getting Baldur's Gate 3. Though I'm sure now that Morgan has it, she's gonna be pestering me to get it. I'll get it. I'll play it eventually. Let's see, what else did I say? Well, my mic was on the wrong source and nobody could hear me. But I hope everybody had a good Thanksgiving. My streaming setup's probably gonna change in the next month or so. Not the day, just like my location and where my computer is set up and my desk. Because we're gonna move some things around so my mom can have an office And I think I'm going to be moving into the basement, which we'll see how that goes. I don't know how I feel about it, but it's going to be fine. You're going to probably hear the heater and air conditioning turning on and off, which won't be great, but we'll see. And yeah. We're moving and grooving. But that's gonna probably be a bit. I don't know. In the meantime, I'm here. And we're gonna play more Ace Attorney. I think we're on a new case. I think we started a new case this week. Or we will start a new case. Do I remember what it's called? No, not in the slightest. Do I remember what happened last time? We saved Soseki again, and her luck got real weird about everything that happened. And it was a flashback. That's what I remember. Let's maybe get the game started. Possibly. Potentially. Am I on the right source? I am. Okay. Let's do this thing. Did I play? I'm gonna load game because I don't remember if I did a. No, it's autosave. Okay. I couldn't remember if I did one of those little episode things. The Great Departed Soul. The Return of the Great Departed Soul.
The grand end of the century great exhibition of London. Surely there is not a soul who has failed to hear of it.
I get so excited when the voice acting comes up.
Wondrous new works of culture and industry from every corner of the globe had converged on Hyde Park, welcoming over 50 million visitors. The last great hurrah of this century. Astonished and delighted people of all nations, and ended on a note of resounding success. But as regards to the terrible catastrophe that occurred during the festivities, very few are aware my friend Mr. Herlock Sholmes had a hand in unraveling the matter.
My man does not look like that.
For from the shadows, it was he who earnestly unearthed the facts of the case. And like the centerpiece of the great exhibition, which rose high into the skies of Hyde Park, Sholmes's brilliant deductions, as clear and lofty as the crystal tower itself, brought the truth to light.
Are we sure about that?
We're here at the showground of the Great Exhibition, which is absolutely packed with people.
Oh!
The weather is unusually fine, and we're about to witness a most extraordinary scientific experiment.
Get to click through. Oh! Who are you?
Ladies and gentlemen, the 20th century will see steam engines and electrical power dominate the world.
Okay.
Horse-drawn carts will give way to the motor car.
This is a dirty
Ships
ribbon.
will sprout wings and take to the skies.
I could just leave him like this forever. Standing like this.
And today, we showcase even more advanced technology. A glimpse into the future. A world first. A demonstration of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine.
Okay. He's very excited. This looks like a death laser.
A man will literally be disassembled by a pulse of high voltage electricity and beamed to another location.
Oh. Sir, I don't know if that's a good idea.
His body will be reassembled by a series of complex calculations exactly as it was before.
Oh, sir. I don't know if this is a good idea. Maybe he's got a twin on the other side. Oh.
In but a
Jaunty.
few moments from now, This gentleman will, in the blink of an eye, complete an incredible journey through the air. To arrive an instant later on the Crystal Tower behind you!
This one! Yes, yes, yes! Whoa! Yes, 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 yes!
Oh. I don't know. Yeah, no.
That's not what I wanted!
Okay. Sholmes is sweet.
Bruno, are you listening?
Oh, sorry. What was that, Iris?
What's the matter with you? You've been miles away all morning. Didn't you like what I cooked for breakfast?
No, that's not it at all. What were we talking about again?
Today's paper. It's full of news about the Great Exhibition again.
Ah, yes. The Great Exhibition. I like to go sometime.
You're really not your usual self today. You seem very down. Don't you agree, Hurley?
Is he gonna be in... Oh my god, what is wrong with him? Did you say something, Iris? He's so melodramatic.
Oh gosh, you're even more down.
Oh. When did you arrive, Mr. Naruhodo? Okay. I've been here for about half an hour already. We had breakfast together. What? Why didn't you mention it before? I, thought you might have known it was here, you know, because breakfast? Iris is quite right. You're clearly lacking in vim. So much so I didn't notice your presence. Thanks. Of course, I could deduce the reasoning perfectly well with some simple observations. What? Let's see. Yes, for example, your tousled hair this morning, all with its unruly spikes. Clearly it can be deduced, therefore, that... let me stop you there, Mr. Sholmes, because I think I can see where this is going. My hair always looks like this. It always has. Ever since we first met, in fact. Oh, really? How interesting. Just doesn't look like a haircut as such, I suppose. What does that mean? Thanks again. It crossed my mind recently that it's been 6 months now.
6 months?
Since I was forbidden from working in court. So I've been wondering how much longer I'm gonna be banned.
Oh. Well, that would explain why you seem rather glum. Don't you agree, Hurley?
Sholmes. Did you say something, Iris? Back to moping. What? Why did we get banned for 6 months? What happened? What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes today? He seems even more down in the dumps than me.
I know, and the Great Exhibition has opened. You'd think he'd be excited. Oh, why don't we all go see it together?
I want to, of course I do, but I can't. Not for the time being. Why not? Why not? Why not? Because I'm a great detective after all. So you're embroiled in some tricky case that you can't be distracted from? Is that it?
I don't remember hearing you working on a case, Hurley.
He looks so something. I can't handle this outfit. I truly can't. I suppose I should try to find out what's going on. Events 6 months ago. Yeah, what happened? Are we getting a flashback? Half a year ago now, I took on the defense of a young girl in a trial heard at the Old Bailey. Oh, is this Gina? What at first seemed like a simple case of murder that took place at a London pawnbrokery. Okay, so we got banned because we took on Gina's case and we found out that Mr. Lucky Charms lied to us and that we were defending him? Is that why we got banned? Turned out to be one part of a much more far-reaching plot that involved the British government. During the course of the trial, it was found that I made an unavoidable, yet at the same time, unforgivable mistake. What?
Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord.
I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
Of course, my lord. What was the mistake? I don't remember what the mistake was. In the end, I had my right to represent people in court revoked. I was told I had to spend my time in research and study, so that's what I've been doing.
You have, haven't you, Bruno? Reading all those big fat tomes about British law up in your room, and the notes about Sholmes' old cases.
Brewing Iris's special blends of tea, fetching my daily bread for me. You've become something of a manservant around here. Start in the silverware next, Master Naruhodo. Well, I'm thinking of going to ask the powers to be that be to reconsider. Specifically Lord Strongheart at the British Supreme Court in Whitehall.
Lord Strongheart?
Ah, the delightful Lord Chief Justice. Not my favorite fellow. He's not mine either, but he's the man I have to talk to. He's the only one who can grant permission for me to start working in the courts again. I came to Britain to become the best lawyer I could. And I can't do that just sitting around here. I don't remember what our mistake was. Was it just defending the man we were told to defend? Who was lying to us? And gave us false evidence to present? Is that what it is? Was it because we used, like, incorrect evidence? Or falsified evidence? Even though we didn't know? And we couldn't have known? I don't know. The whole of London has been swept up in this great exhibition, hasn't it? The most advanced science, the most modern technology, the finest works of art and feats of engineering. For the next 6 months, our capital will be showcasing these things, and the world will be watching.
Oh, do you know what I'd like to do? I'd like to look down on London from one of those lovely balloons.
Look down on? Do you mean those things fly?
Yes, of course. They fly high in the sky and don't even need wings to do it. All you need is hot air.
But how? How does hot air have anything to do with flying? It makes no sense. Ryu, are you afraid of heights? I can't understand it at all.
That's true of a lot of new scientific discoveries. Most people can't understand them at first. But in 100 years' time, all these things will be just common knowledge.
I suppose they might be.
Mind you, some of the science being demonstrated seems very questionable. Something went wrong on the open experimentation stage yesterday, apparently. There was a huge explosion. Still, I wish I'd seen it though. I'd love to see how bad some of these scam experiments really are.
Says the innocent 10-year-old girl. See here, every page of this paper carries some article or other about the great exhibition. But the brighter things shine, the darker the shadows are cast behind them. Personally, I find myself drawn to the darkness, to the impenetrable. That is my proper atmosphere. Great Exhibition newspaper has been entered in the court record. Shadows cast behind. Is that a metaphorical way of referring to the back page of the paper? Let's look at it! That's the wrong thing. Every article on the front page is news about the Great Exhibition. Public experiments to demonstrate brand new scientific ideas, cultural exhibits from around the globe. It's also positive and hopeful about the coming century. We must all go to see it properly before too long. Oh. The Reaper attacked. Lost cat. Those are equally distressing to me. Lord Van Zeek's and compatriot cornered. So many glowing reports about the Great Exhibition and everything that's going on there. Other than this rather gloomy looking one, that is. Wait, what?
What's the matter, Bruno?
The Reaper attacked. That's Lord Van Zeek's. Prosecutor Baron Van Zeek's comes under threat, heavily armed, knives and pistols, sights, a companion, black guards, ruffians, some attempt to intimidate man of justice. Fiery ball gown sets dance hall ablaze. French court hears glass eye case. The Duc de Pas of Neuilly was presented today with the most curious case of a lady who refused to pay her dues for the purchase of one glass eye. The whole affair began when Madame Ployette, the defendant, ordered the eyes as a replacement for the natural eye she had lost. Upon its arrival, she found she could see no more with it than she could before and became incensed at the thought of paying for a deficient product. The Duc de Pas attempted to reason with the madame, but the endeavor proved to be... Oh my gosh. This must be what Mr. Sholmes was talking about. Does he know any more, I wonder? I want to read more of that. Excuse you. King Christian? Christian the 6th, 7th, 8th reverses ruling, awards prize to Michel's. I wanted to read more of that, but okay. Alright. Sholmes, we got things to talk about. Your gloomy mood. Are you investigating a particularly tricky case at this moment, Mr. Sholmes? You could say that, I suppose. Nothing more to add. It's not like you. What sort of case is it? Shh! Quiet, Mr. Naruhodo. We must not discuss it here. You never know who might be listening. Okay, sure.
You're acting very strangely, Hurley.
What do you mean, Iris?
Well, usually, the more mysterious and complicated a case is, the better Hurley's mood.
Ah.
Is it really a case that's bothering you?
Iris, please, you mustn't exercise your astute powers of observation and deduction on me without invitation. Remember what I always say. Put yourself in the shoes of the individual about whom you're making deductions. Did you do that for what's-his-face? For Soseki? Did you? Because I don't think you did, Sholmes. You put that man in a lot of distress. You say that, do you? You, Mr. Sholmes. Never mind. Once I've had a cup of tea, I must take my way at once to the crime scene. Ah, that was a deep sigh. Alright. Be mysterious. It says in the paper that Lord Van Zeeks was attacked. That's terrible. Why? I hate the man. Go to the attackers! You know the legend of the Reaper of the Bailey, of course, don't you? Only too well, in fact. Yes, Prosecutor Barock Van Zeeks. I hate him. They say that if the Reaper is the prosecutor in a case, there's no salvation for whoever's in the dock. Even if the defendant is found not guilty. Once the Reaper has someone in his sights, one way or another, that person's time left on this earth will be short. London's finest rogues always find ways around the law. They'll stop at nothing to secure an acquittal at trial. Falsifying evidence, paying sham witnesses, threatening jurors, bribing judges. But even such devious tactics as these cannot save them from the hand of the Reaper. As you've experienced yourself, haven't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I've seen the Reaper's retribution at work. Many of these criminal rogues are reckless and quite unafraid to die. If a leader among their fraternity is seen to have been taken by the Reaper, retaliation like this does occur. Really, the capital has a never-ending supply of such scoundrels. So, do you mean Lord Van Zieks has been attacked like this before? This isn't the first time? He's quite an accomplished combatant, you know. He doesn't take these attacks lying down. Although, it seems that his assailants were armed with guns this time. Oh my goodness. Is he alright then? Why did I say it like that? Oh my goodness, is he alright then? Is Lord Van Zieks hurt? My dear fellow, how on earth would I know?
Well, in the article here it says, as to what of Lord Van Zieks and his condition, all will be revealed in tomorrow morning's edition.
Ah, I see. Well, we shall have to be patient then. No, I can't wait until tomorrow. Why do you care, Ryu? In that case, you shall have to inquire with somebody in the know. But who? Lord Strongheart, perhaps? Don't put that on. I like your other outfit better, but I must be leaving now. Yes, understood. See you later, Mr. Sholmes. Ha! You really are a shameless liar sometimes, my dear fellow. What? You seek to put me off my guard and follow me, don't you? Well, you would be wasting your time. The thought hadn't even crossed my mind. Now I'm wondering where you're going. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Well then, see you later indeed. Goodbye. I always stare at that little elf shoe on the mantle of the fireplace. Listen to him. He's still laughing on his way out the door.
Oh my god, look at this cute little outfit! Alright then, Runa, let's get going.
Oh, Iris? What are you wearing?
I got changed to go to the Great Exhibition. You're going to take me.
What? But I was just about to go to the Supreme Court.
Oh, well that sounds fun too. You're gonna take me there then.
Alright, fine. Just lower that weapon, would you?
Of course, and after the Supreme Court, then we'll go to see the Great Exhibition.
Sure. We can do that, Iris. Her little going out outfit! What shall I make for breakfast tomorrow? Why don't I surprise you, Bruno? Aww.
Well, it's been 6 months now, hasn't it, since you went back to Japan? You know, I think a visit to this place could be a good idea.
And we're back. It's been about 6 months now since I was last here. But some things never change, like the sense of foreboding I always seem to feel in this place. Oh, look at her! She's out! Doesn't seem to be bothering Iris at all, though. She's happily reading over there. She's so cute! I love her!
Oh, I love this place. I always find so many interesting books here.
Of course, I was forgetting that you've been here before. The time we came here 6 months ago. When Suzaru-san was given the news that she was to return to Japan. Ah, I understand you wish to speak with me. Yes. Oh, Lord Strongheart. I trust you've been keeping well. Let's see. Since you arrived and requested an audience, it's been 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 26 seconds. I've kept you waiting a while. My apologies. Oh, no, not at all. I like nothing more than standing around, staring into space. Good to know. Good to know that doesn't appear to bother him at all. Male Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of London. He's the man who allowed me to start practicing as a defense lawyer when I arrived in Britain as a student. You need only savor the air for a moment in his grand office to understand his preeminent status.
As you will be aware, the Great Exhibition of London is now underway at last. We're extremely busy as a result, policing the grounds, guarding the new technologies, dealing with petty crimes. And furthermore, as of next month, we shall open the International Forensic Science Symposium.
Oh. I've not heard about that.
Investigating authorities from 40 countries around the globe will be taking part, including from your own land. Forensic science is the future. The world must embrace it. As we're the hosting nation, I have much to do, and it is my highest priority. If others must wait for my attention as a result, so be it.
Well, it's nice to know where I stand.
So, you wish to consult with me? Of course, I can very well imagine what this is about.
Thank you for agreeing to this meeting, my lord. I want to be allowed to start working as a defense lawyer again in court. That's what brought me here today. But actually, there's something else playing on my mind as it happens.
Bruno, just take a deep breath and come out with it.
Let's chit-chat. I actually came here today to ask for your permission.
Go on.
6 months ago, my right to work in court as a lawyer was revoked, and I was told to spend my time studying. Obviously, I'm very sorry for what happened, but the thing is, it made me understand what it really means to defend somebody under the rules of a foreign justice system. And I desperately want to have another go. Please, permit me to enter the courtroom again.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes? Here it comes.
I'm sure you haven't forgotten your position here, have you?
At best, you are a substitute for your compatriot.
This was never your intended role. Oh my god.
Well, that's true. The Japanese government actually sent my best friend on the study tour, not me. It should have been Kazuma. He was so determined to bring change to our own justice system at home. That was his calling. Kazuma! If that tragic accident hadn't happened, I wouldn't be here in this office now. I don't want to see his dead body. Mr. Oski is my best friend, you see. That's why I can't leave it unfinished. I have to fulfill his calling for him.
His calling, you say? Has it never occurred to you that perhaps you know nothing of his true calling?
Sorry?
The mission with which that young law student was charged, what do you suppose it really was?
What do you mean? Mission? He's not making any sense.
Never mind. I've read all the reports you've submitted over the past 6 months. It's clear to me that you regret your actions and have been studiously obeying your revised instructions.
Do you mean...
As of this moment, I reinstate your license to practice law here in Great Britain.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
That's wonderful news, Bruno.
In fact, I believe I have the perfect case to mark your comeback. A curious affair. You'll consider it, I hope.
Of course. Please, tell me more. You described it as a curious affair?
Yes, that's right. I believe it was reported in the press. Are you aware that there was a serious accident at the Great Exhibition yesterday?
Oh, no.
Yes, I read about it. A professor from Germany tried to carry out a crazy experiment. Let me see. How is it described? Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, I think.
Instantaneous kinesis? As in movie things with the click of the fingers?
That's right. It's just what my herbal blends need. A dash of devil-may-care.
Whatever this serious accident was exactly, it clearly has captured Iris's imagination.
It's an unfortunate business. A large explosion engulfed the public experimentation stage and a man lost his life.
Sir, Mr. Odiaz. Odie?
O.D. Asman, an inventor and well-known figure in society. A large explosion.
A man died?
The man responsible for the experiment was Professor Albert Harebrain. Okay. He was detained immediately after the incident and is due to appear in court tomorrow on the charge of murder.
What? Murder?
If you intend to take on his defense, you should hurry to meet with him at the prison. There is very little time left for you to carry out any kind of investigation. A great exhibition, a scientific experiment gone wrong, and murder? I feel out of my depths before I even started. Still.
We should go to the prison straight away then and try to meet with this German professor. Don't you think?
Definitely. Ah, yes. One more thing about the case. There's a connection with our mutual acquaintance, the Reaper.
Oh, Lord Van Zeeks? How?
All sorts of conferences have been taking place around the world to coincide with the Great Exhibition, and next month, the largest and most important of them all will take place at last. The International Forensic Science Symposium.
It does seem as though criminal investigation needs to embrace scientific methods, doesn't it?
Exactly.
Ah!
London, and the global epicenter. London, the global epicenter of culture, science, and wealth, now has a population exceeding 6 million. Sadly, crime in the capital is growing at a similarly startling rate, so it's imperative that we use the latest scientific methods to investigate and resolve cases as efficiently as possible.
Which is what's known as forensic science, isn't it?
Exactly. The future of policing.
Ah!
Regrettably, however, Britain is currently dragging its feet when it comes to the adoption of forensic methods.
Oh dear, that's alarming.
Exactly. It's extremely alarming.
Keep startling my sweet girl.
If I were Her Majesty's Attorney General, you can be sure the numbers of crimes committed and resolved in London would be very different to the current figures. And I can cite 12 solid arguments and 223 individual reasons to support my claim.
Sorry?
By way of apology for keeping you waiting earlier, I shall detail everyone now.
What?
Oh, how fascinating.
It all began 15 years ago. I was...
Okay. We're just gonna zone out real quick. Sir, don't you have somewhere to be? You always have a time.
And that more or less sums up my feelings on the matter, in the simplest of terms, of course. Essentially, to formally establish a forensic investigation division within Scotland Yard. That is my mission.
Oh, right, yes, that's wonderful.
Exactly. Wonderful is precisely what it will be.
Iris isn't paying attention at all. She's got her nose in another book now.
Oh, is it over? Did you learn anything useful?
I actually drifted off for the most part. He's surprisingly ardent about forensic science. Okay. I think I need to present the newspaper. Oh, that reminds me. Have you seen this?
The reports of the overwhelming success of the Great Exhibition, of course.
No, not that. The story on the back page.
What story? The Reaper attacked. Ah, that.
Oh, here we go. London's top prosecutor Baruch von Zeke's life came under threat yesterday again, as a group of heavily armed assailants brandishing large knives and pistols ambushed him last night. The sight of the Reaper of the Bailey and his companion valiantly keeping the mob of blackguards at bay was captured by this reporter, who then rushed straight away to the police to report his most heinous crime. As host of the Great Exhibition, the City of London can ill afford to have such brutal acts of violence occurring in its streets, and the Lord Chief Justice's office is sure to have a response to this latest incident. As to Lord Van Ziek's condition, in his condition, all will be revealed in tomorrow's edition. Skeleton captures bumbling burglar. Does it say Pennsylvania? A most frightening turn of events visited upon 2 Pennsylvanian burglars recently as they attempted to rob Tower Physician's Office. Rob Town, when the figure of death manifested. Death himself appeared to ensnare one of them in his cold, chilling jaws. What is happening? Pennsylvanian? Why are there 2 Pennsylvanian burglars in London? How did they get here?
You've enjoyed some victories in court against my #1 prosecutor, have you not?
Poor Mr. Reaper. What happened to him? He wasn't killed, was he?
There's no need for concern. Lord Van Zieks would not be so easily dispatched, I assure you.
Oh, my nose, like the tip of my nose, like, itches. And then I scratch it, and the feeling doesn't go away. Can you tell us what happened? I'd really love to know.
Very well. If it interests you.
It does, strangely.
Fortunately, Lord Van Zieks emerged from the attack unscathed. Street ruffians are no match for that man. He's a very capable fighter.
But that's incredible. They were armed with guns. Why was he attacked, though? Do we know?
It's related to events that occurred a month ago. A leader of one of the capital's criminal organizations was indicted and prosecuted by Van Zieks. But the man was acquitted. I have no doubt large sums of money were involved behind the scenes.
Large sums of money?
A deplorable situation. Members of the jury were bribed, it seems. However, despite winning his freedom, the man in question met a dramatic end yesterday.
But you're not suggesting that was the work of the Reaper, surely?
The victim's henchmen certainly seemed to think so. He was a man by the name of Asman, Mr. Odie Asman.
Is this not the man who died? Did you say Asman?
That's the man who died in the big explosion at the Great Exhibition.
Yes, known publicly as an investor, but in reality, the head of a significant criminal organization.
Unbelievable.
I wonder,
could I ask you something, Lord Strongheart?
Try me.
Why do you use Lord Van Zieks as a prosecutor? All the criminals who manage to get off in courts then meet with mysterious ends outside the courtroom. And fearful of that fate, they seek to strike at Lord Van Zieks first. I know there's no evidence that he actually is the Reaper in that sense, but still, something's clearly going on here.
I have Van Zieks work for the prosecution service for 2 reasons. Firstly, the man is the best prosecutor in the capital, bar none. And secondly, any deaths of criminals that have occurred outside the courtroom following his trials are nothing to do with him.
But that doesn't make sense. How can you explain the way so many have died if not by someone's hand?
Van Zieks may have earned himself the moniker of the Reaper, but he is no killer. So he will continue to prosecute on behalf of the Crown. Unless he wishes otherwise, of course. Well, I must be leaving for my next engagement. I'm already 11 hours and 16 minutes late! My colleagues may be starting to fidget.
11 hours late? That's quite something.
That meeting already started when I arrived back here for this engagement with you. So lateness was inevitable. Time stops for no man.
I'm sure it stopped for me during those 12 solid arguments and 223 reasons. Oh, yes. Where would I find Lord Van Zieks now?
Would assume he's at his office. Right, I'll go and ask him about the attack in person. I want to get this straight from the horse's mouth. Away with you now. I'm leaving Professor Harebrain's defense entirely in your hands. Of course, yes. Thank you very much, my lord. Okay. Let's go.
This is where your client is, isn't it? Let's find out what the story is. You haven't been to this place yet. Don't forget to take me when you go.
I guess let's go to the prison first. We'll just go down the list. Hello, sir. The warden said cell 11. That's this one.
Oh, there's someone curled up in a ball in the back corner. Look.
What's his name again? Professor Albert Harebrain, wasn't it? Excuse me, Professor Harebrain? Oh god. What am I gonna do for his voice?
Should I do like a nasally thing? Who are you?
I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a defense lawyer.
A lawyer?
Was that something I said?
A lawyer, you say? Would you be here about the experiment? Are you going to defend my hypothesis?
Your hypothesis? Sorry, I didn't...
Yesterday's demonstration! That magnificent demonstration was...
I think so, Nico.
It was an acted out success by anyone's calculations.
You want a big boy, you want a little boy?
A little boy.
Hi, Carly. Thank you for the 33-month resub. 33 for March, baby. How you doing? Thanks for hanging.
But despite that, no one listens. No lawyer believes in the science. When it's explained, they all leave at high velocity.
Now is probably not a good time to mention that your zeal made my concentration leave for a while, too. I don't know. Got a bit of a headache. Oh, I'm sorry, friend. How was my Cracker Barrel Thanksgiving? It was good. It was better than I thought it was gonna be. Not the worst Thanksgiving we've ever had. I would, you know, didn't love the pretty much 10 hours of driving, but, you know, we made it. How was Minnie? She was pretty good. She could have been worse. She would go into barking fits sometimes, which we would have to try to shut down because we're in an apartment building that she's not supposed to be in. But she's pretty good in the car. Yeah, she's pretty good. She did a good job. Proud of her. You mentioned the demonstration yesterday.
The papers have called it a spectacular failure. After all, a man died in the explosion, didn't he? Yes, you could interpret the results that way if you really wanted to.
What'd you miss so far? Sholmes was acting weird. He was going to investigate something. We're hanging out with Iris. We were going to go to the Great Exhibition, the World's Fair. But first we went to the Supreme Court because we were going to beg Strongheart to let us appear in court again, because it's apparently been 6 months since we were banned from court for everything that happened in Gina's case in the last game. He gave us permission, and then there was also an article that Lord Van Zeeks got attacked in the streets the night before. And apparently, the people who attacked him were like the henchmen of the man who died in this explosion that this guy did. So it's all related. So we gotta go talk to Van Zeeks, and Van Zeeks had a mysterious companion. We'll just this man. Zoom in. This mysterious guy. And there's some burglars from Pennsylvania in the bottom corner behind Ryunosuke, and
a lady tried to sue because she couldn't see out of the glass eye that she bought. She didn't want to pay for it. This newspaper is a treasure trove of silly articles, and then Bansiek's getting fucking attacked. Which I'm not sad about. I hate that man, but...
Well, I suppose in the strictest sense, the experiment was a failure, but at the same time, it was a great success.
You've lost me.
I saw it with my own eyes right there in front of me. Mr. Asman was spontaneously disassembled.
Until then, everything was going exactly as my calculations had predicted. At that point, he should have been beamed to the Crystal Tower by instantaneous kinesis.
However,
The machine exploded and Mr. Asman in fact perished.
yes, I can't deny that part of the experiment was a failure.
So what you're really saying is the large explosion that killed Mr. Asman was an accident, correct?
But the bigwigs had you arrested on suspicion of murder.
I was responsible for Ban's death. That is the immutable truth here. And for that, I wish to be punished. At once. But... murder? Over in a million years, it was an accident. Simply an accident.
I see.
Hurley and I were talking this morning, you know. He said the situation would change completely depending on whether it was treated as an accident or murder.
How exactly?
Well, if it really was an accident, then the professor's machine would have been kept in protective custody.
On what grounds?
Ah yes, it's newly established here in Britain, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
That one passed me by.
But if the case is treated as murder, then they'll say
They'll say my machine was the murder weapon, and they'll be able to pour over there as much as they like.
Oh god, there's 30 options? I don't think I realized it was quite that many. It's too much. I think I know the one that Nico favors, but I could be wrong.
If they examine it in detail and find out how it was made, then they'll be able to copy my idea. My precious hypothesis will be stolen.
Yeah, Mark is my guess.
The machine must be protected from that at all costs. That's why it's imperative the whole incident is shown to have been an accident in tomorrow's trial.
Oh, I see now. So, in short, there was a terrible accident at the Great Exhibition Showgrounds yesterday. Theo and Raphael, yes, I think they're my favorites. I haven't played in a hot minute, probably since the spring, which is probably good that I haven't because I have to restart. At some point, I'll play. Maybe in the gap that this game leaves me till Apollo Justice comes out.
Yes, or rather no. The devil is in the details. Strictly speaking, there was a terrible explosion.
Sounds the same to me.
You were demonstrating super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, weren't you? How fascinating.
Humans, like all matter, are made up of particles that are held together by electrical bonds. So it must be possible you get sufficiently high voltage to break those bonds and beam the particles through space. That's it in a nutshell. That's my idea, you see. That's my amazing hypothesis.
Gosh, that's unimaginably high-level science. Raphael's adorable. He's so sweet. If Belly has taught us anything, it's who cares if we overlap. Exactly.
Oh, but dare to imagine it. Dare to dream of such incredible technology. Just think, one moment I could be here in this cell, and the next, I could be in the Great Exhibition again. Well, yes, that would be incredible. And the next, in the mere blink of an eye, I could be in the Great Parisian Theater, say. The possibilities are endless. The whole of our vast planet could be within reach.
So no more hiding in wardrobes from rocky seas for 50 days?
I don't really see it like that.
What do you mean, Iris?
Well, if you could travel anywhere in the world instantly, well, the planet wouldn't really seem vast anymore, would it? I think it would feel like it had shrunk. My word, that's exactly right. What are the implications? What does this mean? That got Professor Bunny Brain really worked up, really worried by the look of it.
Clearly this is yet another case of just because you can doesn't mean you should, I suppose. Might go for a lady but they're also good, or K-pop boy. They are also good. Like, every time I talk to somebody, I'm like, oh, you're cute. Oh, you're so cute. Oh, you're so cute. There's like only one person in the whole of the list that I'm like, I'm good, and that's Ben. He's the only one that I'm like, no thanks. Everybody else, I'm like, I would happily.
The point is, my calculations are flawless. The science works. But without a practical demonstration, it means nothing. And that's always a fly in the ointment.
Oh my god, you're yawning. Won't stop. Tammy can have him all to herself. Yes, she can. He is all hers.
Because practical demonstrations cost a lot of money. Money that young scientists like you don't have. That's exactly it, yes. Lily's always complaining about it. She says the government should invest more in science. Well, anyway, I bumped into him at the right time. I met the well-known investor, Mr. Asbin.
The victim who died in yesterday's terrible accident, you mean? Oh my gosh. That felt so good. I don't know if that picked up. My back cracked twice on the last twist. The full name of the man who died in yesterday's accident was Mr. Odie Asman, wasn't it? What exactly was your relationship with the man?
He first visited me in my laboratory in Germany a year ago now. He said he wanted to invest in my immaculate hypothesis. I thanked my lucky stars.
I see. So you hadn't really known each other until then.
Money for scientific research. I'm so envious. As far as I was concerned, the man was an angel.
Oh, really?
An archangel, even. Who was prepared to fund a practical demonstration of my hypothesis for presentation at the Great Exhibition. And if that went well, I can expect additional financial support for my research from the British government. Mr. Asman provided me with money and an exceptional engineer. He produced a machine to my precise specifications. But then your dreams were blown to dust. What a enormous explosion. As you can see, I owed everything to Mr. Asman. I would never, ever have thought of taking the man's life.
Well, he seems genuine enough. I don't think he's lying. Okay. I don't have anything. Okay, let's go, I guess, talk to... Oh, no. Van Zeeks. And we'll see if he gives us anything, and then we'll go back. This would be his office. The bottles of wine. The swords on the wall. The chess. Is Van Zeeks like Edgeworth's? Maybe Von Karma's descendant? No, they're German. I don't know. A gigantic picture of a hot man, yes. I assume that's himself. But I don't know.
Ooh, this is the legendary Reaper's office.
Yes, it appears so.
Ooh, it sends chills down your spine, doesn't it? What an amazingly deathly atmosphere.
Oh, is that... Oh. That hooded figure was so still I hadn't noticed his or her presence. I wonder who it is. What are you doing here? Oh, it's you. Hi. He's as unwelcoming as I thought he'd be. Actually, maybe even more so. Oh, I'm glad to see you're well. What is he, the Phantom of the Opera? I am. So who's the person over by the wall being punished or something or other?
No punishment is taking place here.
Oh.
That's my apprentice. He is sitting there of his own free will.
I didn't know you had an apprentice. Why is he sitting there like that? Must be the same person who was pictured in the newspaper. Why is he wearing a mask?
He's very able in combat, a requisite skill for anyone under my tutelage.
Are you referring to the attack on the Reaper that was reported? He is the Reaper. Why are we saying it like this?
The Reaper? I'd be interested to know the Reaper's true identity myself. Assuming, that is, such a fabled fiend genuinely inhabits our great courtrooms.
Let's talk. Lord Strongheart said that the assault last night was some sort of revenge attack.
True, carried out by the henchmen of Odie Asmon's criminal organization. The investigation meant that their arrests were imminent. Presumably some hoped to kill me before that happened.
Odie Asmon.
He's always masqueraded as one of London's most powerful financiers, a global investor. But his enormous wealth came to him by underhanded means via his criminal activities.
Is this not the same as Mr. Lucky Charms? I can't remember what his name is, so I keep calling him Lucky Charms, which is not good. I can't remember his name.
And he used that money to buy himself a verdict of not guilty when he found himself in court, didn't he? Being prosecuted by you, Mr. Reaper.
But the man got his comeuppance in the end. Yesterday, in fact, in extraordinary circumstances. It was a most unusual cause of death.
I know about that. It was super high voltage instantaneous kinesis gone wrong. Mr. Asmon died when the demonstration of the public experimentation stage ended in an enormous explosion.
Correct. And you think I have some kind of divine ability to cause an accident like that to happen, do you?
Well, no, that does seem a little far-fetched. If this man really is the fabled Reaper, then he has to be innocent in this particular death at least.
It's strange how this has worked out, isn't it, Bruno? I mean, what with you taking on the professor's defense for the trial tomorrow?
What? You're going to be defending him?
Oh, yes, that's right. Though I barely know the man's name yet, to be honest.
Albert Harebrain.
That's right. Do you know him by any chance?
Of course. He's a contemporary of mine. We were at university together.
Oh, you're...
What?
I'd understood that Professor Harebrain was from Germany, though. And they were roommates!
Harebrain's from a respectable British family. After graduating from the University of London, he moved to Germany to carry out research, that's all.
I was gonna say earlier, he did not have a German accent during that voice acting part at the beginning. He just had like a normal voice, I guess a British voice. So you were students together.
I was in the Faculty of Law, of course, and he in Science, so our paths rarely crossed. Ow. But curiously, we got along. Well, I've not met him since my university days.
And they were roommates.
I certainly didn't expect our next encounter to take this form. And with you, of all people, representing him.
Ugh. Only if I make it out of this office alive. He's actually been charged with murder, it seems.
Yes, I know. Because the prosecution will be handled by me.
By you? But you made it sound as if you and the professor had been friends.
We are friends, it's true.
Then why would you do this?
If the Reaper is the prosecutor, there's nothing anyone could do to save him. He's doomed.
What's Lord Van Zeek's thinking? What do you mean by what you said before?
If you'd like to know the Reaper's true identity, does that mean... I'm a crown prosecutor and immortal like any other. I'm no demigod. Bro wants to be defeated.
But they've all died, haven't they? The people you've prosecuted, I mean. Whether or not the trial ended in a conviction or an acquittal.
Those I prosecute are the vilest wretches of our society. People who without question deserve to be found guilty. The world is a better place without them.
Like Gina? A 17-year-old girl? Who just got caught up in the wrong place, wrong time? That's the vilest wretch? Okay. But that's not true of Mr. Natsume, for example. He wasn't a vile wretch at all.
Nor was Ginny. In fact, she's ever so hardworking now.
No, because we saw him in Japan at the first trial. I don't know.
I can't deny that since I encountered you, things have taken a turn. But the point is this. If any of those vile wretches that escaped justice subsequently died in mysterious circumstances, it was at the hands of their own kind. It's not my work. Lord Strongheart said the same. He believes we're not involved in any way.
But you were attacked by those ruffians because they believe it's true.
The fact is, since people started to call me the Reaper of the Bailey, the number of serious crimes in the capital has dropped substantially. Oh. It would appear that even the most hardened criminals can be made fearful for their lives.
Do you mean to say...
I mean to say that if my pseudonym serves a useful purpose, I adopt it gladly and with honor.
But it's putting you in danger. You could be killed.
If that is my fate, let God decide. Alright, you.
Lord Van Zeeks. Can I go look at Mr. Hello? Hello there, can we chat? It really looks like a punishment to me.
I've never seen someone sitting like that before.
He hasn't moved a muscle since we arrived. Do you think perhaps he's dead?
If he was dead, Bruno, he wouldn't be sitting up, would he?
Ever since we stepped in Zeke's opponents half a day. Well, so the Mr. Lucky Charms did die. And then, but yeah, we don't know about the fate of anybody else that we defended besides Natsume and Gina. Well, anyway, dead or alive, he's not overly approachable, is he? I don't think he's gonna talk to us.
He's not dead.
But I want to talk to him! I want to talk to him!
Oh look, it's a scale model of the Great Exhibition Showground.
That's amazing. I wonder why it's here.
Perhaps he made it to take his mind off the sadness of being too busy to attend in person?
Or perhaps he's too embarrassed to queue up for a ticket? Surely it's obvious. Surely it's obvious I'm using it as an investigative aid. We're just standing 3 feet from him going, maybe he's too embarrassed to buy a ticket. Maybe he's lonely and just built it in his free time. And he's like, you assholes. I can hear every word you're saying.
You Nipponese have no business painting others as overly reserved.
Ugh. I really didn't think he'd overheard that. Question, maybe I have an answer. Not what I wanted. Zeke's potential Edworth ancestor. That's what I was wondering. I don't know if he is. He might be. I don't think he's... Because I was saying it might be Edgeworth. It might be Von Karma. But I don't think it's Von Karma. Because Von Karma is German. But it could be Edgeworth. That portrait really dominates the room. The portrait really dominates the room, doesn't it? It's him, I think. It's a very majestic outfit and pose. But sadly,
Whoever painted it didn't do a very good job of capturing Lord Van Zieks' facial features. He kind of looks like Von Karma.
Yes, you're right. I mean, it's not far off, but the artist has exaggerated his subject's handsomeness, I think.
Ah, that reminds me. I heard Emperor Napoleon of France ordered artists to make him look more attractive when they painted him.
How vain. That's really not an attractive quality in a person, is it?
That portrait does not depict me. Surely that's immediately obvious. It's not! Why would that be immediately obvious, my man? Oh, then who is it? You just not gonna answer me? Okay, hold on, wait 1 second, I just realized. What are these? Hey, why? I was expecting to be jump scared. Why are there bats hanging from the rafters?
Yes, the Reaper's familiars, I expect.
Jesus Christ. But what about the mute man in the dark cloak? I thought he was the familiar. Just not the flying kind.
He must be a dear friend of Mr. Reaper, then.
I think the familiar idea is more likely. Scary, though, either way. I can't believe that just happened. Can we talk to you? Hey. I don't know what to do now. Can I show... How about this? No. Lord Van Zieks, about the article in this paper. Ah, yes. It seems there was a reporter nearby when that little skirmish took place. I had no idea I'd been photographed. It was careless of me.
It looks as though it was taken after the people who attacked you had ran away, though.
Rest assured, the police have already apprehended every last one of them. But there's someone else fighting alongside you, it seems. And I think it's the same man who's sitting over there as we speak, isn't it? As I mentioned already, he's my apprentice. Perhaps you could tell us a little more about him? There we go. He's in my tutelage to become a prosecutor. So you could say he's my apprentice, I suppose.
Ah, like you are to Hurley then, Runo.
I don't remember taking an apprenticeship with a great detective. He's currently compiling a report about last night's attack. Looks like he's wearing some kind of mask. On Lord Strongheart's orders. Nobody knows the man's face, or indeed his identity. But why would you agree to take on such a clearly suspicious individual? Lord Strongheart's orders again. He's not one for meaningless follies. There will be a good reason for his actions. I hope you're right. Oh. Hello. I don't like the look of him. I don't like this mask. With the eye. The task is complete. Good. In that case, you can collect all the briefs. Do you talk? I'm kind of scared of who this might be. Nice to meet you. Okay, bye. Oh, he's just gonna sit down again. Back to work again. That was really strange, though. I've never met the man before. Didn't even know he existed, and yet... somehow it didn't feel like our first encounter. I'm having thoughts, but I'm not gonna voice them. Don't bother trying to converse with him. He says nothing to anybody from outside this office. Lord Strongheart has strictly forbidden it. Oh, I see. I don't know, I don't want to voice them because they're dumb. Why are you so interested in my apprentice anyway? Oh, no, I mean, sorry, I didn't mean to. The way he stood there so casually, with that flawless posture. It couldn't be. Were you thinking? Is it Kazuma? Is Kazuma actually alive? Is Kazuma actually alive? That's my thoughts. Okay, I'm so glad I'm not the only one. Is Kazuma alive? Only could it be Kazuma that he'd be like, I don't know, I've never met this man before, but it doesn't feel like it's our first meeting. It's because you're in love. He's your soulmate. I'd be very mad, though, if I was... Yes, I would also be angry if I was Ryu. I would be Phoenix finding out that Edgeworth didn't actually commit suicide levels of angry. Okay, but I know he said when he was died, there was no blood. I know there was no blood! And this series of games has done dumber reveals than that, you know? Vanzies, I know you want to ask me something, but we're having a moment here. It's probably not Kazuma, but what if it is? I think I've been meaning to ask you. Oh, what's that? That Nipponese man, is he faring well? Sorry? The one arrested twice in succession 6 months ago. The one with the stoop, and the mustache, and the jitters. BRB goes to Vanzies. Ah, Mr. Natsume, you mean?
I'm not sure he'd be very pleased to find out you identified him from that list, no.
It was a perfect description, Iris. He's fine, thank you. In fact, I received a letter from him by international post only the other day. I see. He looks kind of relieved. Which I would be too, if every time I went against somebody in court they died. And then I find out, okay, somebody has survived. Well, I think we can end our discussions there, don't you? There's little time left before tomorrow's trial. I'd advise you to spend it investigating the case. Yes, thank you for the advice, and for the conversation. I can't believe he's asking after Soseki-san, after a Nipponese. I'm not sure whether to feel happy about that, or worried. Yeah, same.
Never imagined that Mr. Reaper would be friends with a mad scientist, did you? That's a turn up for the books.
A mad scientist? You mean Mr. Professor Hairbrain? Or dear Soseki left him and his beloved chamois before you get murdered. Yep. Yes, it might be worth quizzing the professor about his relationship with Lord Van Zieks, I think. Goodbye! I don't want to talk to you anymore. The Reaper's varsity years? The piano slam every time you move to. I understand Lord Van Zieks is your friend, a friend of yours from your university days.
Yes, that's right. He was studying law whilst I was studying science.
What was he like back then?
Good question. Unassuming, gentlemanly, an all-around nice fellow, really.
Sorry, I think you misheard me. I'm talking about the cold-hearted, merciless prosecutor Barock Van Zieks. Van Zieks? What was he like when he was at university?
Talk about a leading question, Bruno.
Oh, that was right.
Talk about a leading question, Bruno. As I said, an unassuming and extremely pleasant gentleman.
I think it maybe is all the trauma, Ryu, from unintentionally killing a bunch of people, or at least getting the reputation that you kill a bunch of people. I think that maybe changes you a little bit. Just a smidge.
After all, he is the little darling of the Van Zieks family, with all its great aristocratic origins. I didn't realize he had quite such noble blood.
I want to look up Miles Edgeworth family tree. Hold on. I have like a million text messages all of a sudden. My order has shipped. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, retweeting the stream. Oh my god. Miles Edgeworth family tree. I want to see if he is related to... Did I order anything from Carmico? I did. I don't need anything from Carmico. I've ordered everything. Okay, let's see. Rifle. Mother? Mentor? No. Gregory Edgeworth family tree. No. Gregory's murder, but... Yes, I did order that for my sister. I'm just gonna look... Baron? Van... Barock. Van Zieks' ancestor? Who is most likely Barock Van Zieks' ancestor or descendant? He's a British aristocrat, and all of the characters mentioned are either Japanese or American. Probably nobody. Okay. Maybe Edgeworth in the US version, because there may be British in this one, but it's a stretch. Von Karmers are Japanese, with some unidentified ties to the US, as Francisco was able to be sent there for education and law and graduate, if we go by the Japanese canon. Although Van Zieks is only mentioned to be British in the game, his last name implies he has some Dutch family, possibly in the aristocracy. If that's true, and DGS takes place between 1901 and 1903, as that is when Soseki was in Britain, we can assume that his relatives that either were about to travel to the US. This person had a whole... The Karmas at some point that discovered it's plausible that to discover as Van Zieks was famous. Okay. It's just probably, if there's no canon relation, is what I'm getting. Little darling.
It was a bit of a shock when I came back to Britain and learned what he'd become. The Reaper of the Bailey, no less. Yes, that's right.
I got her stuff in their last sale that they did. I have to think about that for a second.
I did hear, though, that there was a very big event in his life that completely changed him after graduation. Really?
What sort of event?
I'm sorry, but I don't know anymore. I wasn't in the country at the time. I was in Germany already.
Oh, yes, of course. I hate this man, but I also need to know everything about his backstory. If he's heard all about the Reaper, I really don't have the heart to tell him that Lord Van Zieks will be the prosecutor in court tomorrow. So, Professor, let me just make absolutely sure I've understood you properly. The huge explosion that occurred yesterday, that was an accident, you're saying. You had no intent to harm the victim, who was in fact the sole investor in your work. Is that correct?
As correct as 2 squared is 4, I swear it. Yes, it's true that the man perished in a machine of my invention, so I know that I'm far from blameless in all this, but still, I would never use my discoveries, my inventions, to take a person's life, not a centillion years. I'm a man of science. It's all I know. You have to believe me, please. You believe me? Do you believe in my hypothesis? Science is the pursuit of truth, you know. I've always believed that, all my life.
I'm afraid I don't know much about science, or your theories. But I do believe you, and I'll fight to prove your innocence with all my might. Carly, you're so right. That's what I've been thinking. He looks like from some other game this whole time. He looks like he's from Pokemon. It's exactly correct.
When I went to live in Germany after I graduated, I learned something very important. Nationality, class, lineage, none of that matters. As long as you try your hardest, you can achieve anything.
Thank you for that, Professor.
And thank you in advance for defending me tomorrow in court.
All right, Bruno. It's time. Time to visit the Great Exhibition.
Sorry?
Well, that's where the incident happened, isn't it?
Yes, I suppose that's true. Time to investigate it last.
Let's go. Mamma mia.
How much do you want to bet? Sholmes is here. Looking like a dork. Ugh. Showgrounds are a little too big for my liking. We've been walking around in dense crowds for 2 hours now, and I felt myself swooning 3 times.
There are a lot of people, aren't there? I've always been trodden on 3 times, too.
Be careful, won't you, Iris? Don't let go of my hand. I was about to say, he better be holding her hand in this crowd. And he is. Good job, Ryu. We finally made it through the throngs, though, by the look of it. Here we are, underneath the public experimentation stage where the explosion happened yesterday. What's that? I can hear voices from up on the stage. Sounds like an argument.
Right, I had it with...
Oh, hi, Gina!
I had it with you this time, I'm warning you. I'll arrest you in a minute.
Oh, yeah? Oh, go on, spectator. Give it a shot.
No, what was her voice? She had like a Cockney accent for her.
Oh, yeah? Go on then, spectator. Give it a shot. You ain't got no evidence, have you now? And you know it.
Wait, I know those voices. You got a cheeky little mouth on you, young lady. But a night in the cells will teach you some manners.
Just try it, I dare you. If you want that bag of chips rammed down your throat.
I don't think that's her voice either. Doing these two back and forth is just...
Yoo-hoo, Gracie, what are you doing up there?
Yeah, talk to them one at a time would be nice.
It's you, here, here you are, you here, your ladyship. How are you, your ladyship? I do hope you're well, your ladyship.
Does that make her 3 times a lady?
I'm not well at all. It's far too busy everywhere. I wanted to ride in a balloon, but there is a 3-hour queue.
Unbelievable. I'll go have a word for you at once, your ladyship. You'll be flying as high as a kite in no time once I pull some strings for you.
Tobias Gregson, an inspector at Scotland Yard. Okay. Question. How is he still working for the guard? Didn't he, wasn't he involved in bribery and, trading government secrets? Treason? Till recently he was suspended from duty, but it would appear he's back in action now. Alright. Thanks for the explanation. He's actually quite well known, appearing as he does in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. And for that reason, he can't say a word wrong to the story's author, Iris. But there are limits, surely. Or there should be.
Watch it, sunshine.
Sorry?
What gives then? Don't tell me you're on this case.
Yes, I'm acting for the defense.
So we're here to investigate.
Dear me, that's the situation, is it? Is it really that troubling?
Measly 5 bob. Is that all you got? You're a lawyer, ain't you? You could stand to carry a bit more copper in your pockets, Mr. Naruto.
What? Hey, that's my last bit of spending money, that is.
Go have it back. You can have it back, but I'll have to charge you for the bother. 3 bob.
I can't do a good accent. This is Gina Lestrade, a pickpocket or a diver, born and bred in the East End of London. In the case that led to my own suspension 6 months ago, this is the young girl I was defending in court.
What's your problem, eh, Odo? Diver, pickpocket? What's with all the name calling? Want a bag of chips ran down your throat and all, do ya?
I thought you were proud to be a diver, Gina. You were just arguing with Inspector Gregson about it, weren't you? I assume you've been up to your usual tricks here at the showground.
That ain't no way to talk to a lady, Odo. Half a year's a long time. People can change. I'm an apprentice now, learning to be a Scotland Yard detective. So you'll have to call me what everyone else does. An Inspector Lestrade now.
Yes! Inspector Lestrade! Inspector? That badge is homemade, surely.
The Inspector part isn't actually entirely accurate. No one calls it that. For what it's worth, anyway. Investigating is off the cards for us all. What's that supposed to mean? Right, well, I'll be back up top. You hold the fort down here, alright? Right,
Alright. One accent at a time. This raises a lot of questions. Let's talk. It was 8 months ago now that I first encountered Gina in connection with the case I was working on. At the time, she was living in the East End with a group of other orphans. She helped all of them survive by pickpocketing, and then she got embroiled in a murder.
I had a lot of time to think in prison. I realized I couldn't go on like I was. The diving weren't working out. Oh, I'm so pleased to hear it, Ginny. Well done.
So, you went from being a pickpocket to a detective?
You got it. Good, isn't it? Inspector Lestrade. Sounds like something out of a book, eh?
Because it is, my love. Talk about a sea change.
And then there's Iris's old man to think about.
Iris's father, you mean?
Yeah, I promised her, didn't I? Said I'd get all the police forces around the world to pull all the stops looking for him.
Just a small promise then. Nothing serious.
Oh, Jenny, you're so sweet. So anyways, that's how I had to go at the test. That's how come I had to go to test for Scotland Yard. Only trouble is, I don't really read so well, do I?
Just a small problem, nothing serious.
And that's when Hurley approached Gregsy and asked for help. So the inspector said he'd take full responsibility for Ginny and made her a sort of apprentice.
That was very magnanimous of Inspector Gregson, and brave.
Well, you know Hurley. He enjoys finding ways to make people do what he wants.
A great detective like digging for dirt, in other words.
So, the long and short of it is, you've got questions about the case, you can ask Inspector Lestrade.
She's adorable. I love her new outfit. Right then, Inspector. Actually, there's still a big mystery surrounding Gina, isn't there?
Oh, what, Bruno, what?
Well, 6 months ago, Gina was the defendant in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper. A trial in which she was found not guilty, and yet here she still is.
Come on, you're not about that, are you? Legend of the Reaper or whatever it's called. Cool, you don't have to worry, Otto.
If I didn't half worry, there probably wouldn't be a whole lot of you left.
It's like I told you before, innit? The Reaper's kind of like him upstairs, so he knows what I'm like on the inside. They ain't really done nothing wrong.
Nothing wrong might be a stretching point.
What about Mr. Natsumi in Japan? He's perfectly fine, isn't he?
Well, that's true. Perhaps the Reaper is more discerning than I thought.
Exactly. So I ain't...
Long voice.
Exactly. So I ain't worried. I'm totally fine.
Okay.
cool. It was out of this world, it was. The brainy bloke pulled a bunch of levers on his machine and suddenly it started billowing smoke. Then it just went pop. I ain't seen a better experiment here yet.
Sorry?
You mean you saw it, Ginny? With your own eyes? Yeah, of course. The boss is in charge, ain't he? So, of keeping everything running smooth, I mean.
The boss being Inspector Gregson, I suppose. That's going to take some getting used to.
So all I have to say is I'm on duty, and I can do whatever I want to. Get this, I was up in one of them flying balloons when it happened, watching it from above. No, you're so lucky, Ginny. Maybe I should join Scotland Yard too. Yeah, do it. You know how to put the boss in his place already, right? Or Iris? Oh my god, I really can't do her voice. You'd have no trouble at all. Then it's settled. When do I start?
No. You can't join Scotland Yard, Iris.
We'll see. Anyway, what I don't understand is this. The machine exploded so spectacularly. How can Professor Bunny Brain still be claiming that his experiment was a success?
Oh, right. Well, it was a success, in a way. It was? How can it have been? Surely after the whole machine blew up, no one could have called the experiment a success.
So like I said, it did sort of work. I mean, yeah, there was a lot of smoke and that whopping great bang. But where do you think they found the victim's body, eh? In the crystal tower over there.
What? In the tower?
You can see for yourself, can't you? Up there above the scaffold.
Oh, where are all the glasses broken?
Oh, where are the glasses broken, you mean? Yeah, the cage what the victim got in to start with really did get beamed through the air or whatever and landed all the way over there. So, you see, it did kind of work, didn't it?
What? I don't believe it.
I mean, I don't get the ins and outs of it, but anything's possible, right? With science. Oh, I tell you what, you can have this. It's a plan of the experiment they drew up at the yard.
Are you sure?
Yeah, go on. I had 3 bob off you before, so fair's fair.
Yes, I didn't actually give that to you, did I? Something Inspector Gregson said before seemed a little strange. For what it's worth, anyway. Investigating is off the cards for all of us.
Yes, naughty old Gracie ran off without explaining himself.
Oh, right, that.
Boss said no one's allowed to investigate that weird machine what blew up yesterday. But that's not fair. We're representing the defendant.
In that case, could you at least tell us what you've learned from your investigations?
Nah, you're not getting it. We ain't allowed to investigate neither.
Why?
What the boss call them again? The forensic investigation team, I think. Anyways, apart from them lot, no one's allowed to lay a finger on the scene. Bit funny, isn't it?
So even Scotland Yard's own detectives can't investigate. Yes, I've never heard something like that before.
I thought I could have a gander on quiet though, so the boss caught me at it.
Probably heard him giving me an earful about from down here, didn't you?
It's not bleeding fair.
I think you were giving him as much of an earful back as I remember it.
Yeah, well, sometimes I think it's all them chips what make him so stubborn. You say something to him, Otto. Go on, see if you can get through him.
He's up on the platform above us, isn't he? Where the machine that exploded is?
We could try, can't we, Bruno? Gracie will listen to us.
I don't think he will, but sure. Yeah. Okay. Stairs obviously lead to the stage above. We should go up there and investigate the exact spot where the experiment was being conducted. So that's it, is it? The machine that blew up?
Oh, it must have been a magnificent explosion, and I've seen my fair share. You've seen things like this before, you mean? Of course, Hurley's always doing experiments that end in a bang. In fact, in his own words, explosions are the very essence of chemistry.
Ah, that might explain the smell of burning that frequently comes wafting up the stairs.
One time he made something that exploded with such force, it took the roof off the building. I wish you'd been there to see it, Runo.
It's hard to get too excited about that, given that I now live in the roof.
Well, anyway, that's enough about that. It's time to investigate.
Look, Inspector Gregson is over there. He seems to be deep in thought about something, whilst eyeing up the machine carefully.
Really? He just looks confused to me.
Okay. I need to get a drink, so I'll be back in just 1 second. Ow! After I kick my desk, apparently. Oh. Hello, I return. Have I been this washed out the whole time? No. Thank you for the retweet, Carly. Okay, let's examine. I still need to talk to him first. It ripped itself apart magnificently, didn't it?
Magnificently and mercilessly.
So someone stands in the middle of the machine to be disassembled and then beamed through the air?
Yes, beamed. Not blasted. That's the point.
Yes, that part's crucial, really.
Is something like that even possible, though, Iris?
Oh, Bruno, I'm just a child. How should I know?
A child when it suits you, you mean?
From what I could tell, I think if you were to pull this...
Stop! Don't touch... Oh, God. Don't touch that. I've lost his voice already.
That was practically instantaneous kinesis the way you flew over just now, Gregsy.
Please, your ladyship. There we go. I didn't mean to startle you, but I can't let you touch anything up here.
So sorry. You can have some of my latest special blend to make up for it.
Wonderful. This stuff really is wonderful. It's just like old times, this is. We're representing Professor Harebrain in court tomorrow, Inspector. So we should be allowed to examine the scene.
Ha, listen, Sunshine. Even I'm not allowed to touch anything up here. It's that blasted Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act to blame. It's driving me potty.
Oh yes, that special dispensation. The professor mentioned it too.
More red tape's all we need. I don't know what the government thinks it's playing at sometimes.
But we're allowed to just look, aren't we?
Eh?
Surely that's alright, isn't it, Gregsy?
Of course, your ladyship. Anything you say, your ladyship. Please don't get your dainty hands dirty, will ya?
Don't worry. We wouldn't dream of touching anything, would we, Bruno?
She really knows how to get what she wants.
Would love to examine just everything.
Oh, the crates are nothing? But the Ferris wheel in the distance is something? What is that gigantic thing over there? Looks like an enormous water wheel.
Oh, that's a Ferris wheel. There'll be people riding inside those little cabins you can see.
Why?
Well, they rotate nice and slowly, so it's a wonderful way to see the surrounding scenery.
Wait, it's turning? But it looks completely still.
Yes, that's because it's turning so slowly. One complete revolution takes about half an hour.
If you were mad enough to go in one, it would be more fun to whiz around fast, don't you think?
I feel as though you might have just invented a new ride, sort of ride there, Bruno.
So, Ryusuke likes roller coasters. Considering how badly damaged everything is, Professor Harebrain was lucky to escape unscathed, I'd say. We really should have a good look around the machine whilst we can think of it.
Touch anything and I'll make sure I kill you before I get strung up myself, you hear?
I won't touch a thing, I promise. But please spare a thought for your digestion. Anyway, do you really think this machine could actually disassemble people like the professor claims?
He asks, looking totally incredulous. Give it a rest, Sunshine. If we were allowed to examine all this bleeding scrap metal, maybe we could answer that question. But we can't, can we?
Because of the annoying rules, you mean?
Exactly, the annoying, obstructive, flaming rules.
Oh, look at the base of the machine there.
Oh yes, there's a tool of some kind poking through the wire mesh.
It's a screwdriver, I think.
Oh, isn't it a lovely one? The handle is in the shape of a capital letter A.
Is it? Oh yes, you're right.
What's the matter with you? Don't touch anything, I said. Touch anything and I'll make sure I kill you before I get strung up myself, I said.
Yes, I understand. Sorry. I only touched it a teeny weeny bit. Teeny weeny bit.
But Greg, see, I'm very curious about this screwdriver. Really very, very curious.
Of course, your ladyship. You're so clever, your ladyship. Fancy spotting something like this. But I'm afraid I can't let you have it.
But Bruno found it first.
I assure you, I'll investigate it thoroughly. He's gone off with it.
That was very mean, I'm afraid. Inspector Gregson's going to make a very clumsy, embarrassing mistake in next month's installment now.
Poor Gregsy. Oh. Okay, let me start down here first. Okay. Maybe I got everything down here. Oh, no. Oh, it's just that back there. There are all sorts of strange buildings here in the Great Exhibition Grounds, aren't there? I seem to remember something similar being exhibited in Japan one time.
Oh, in your country, Runo? I do wish I could go and see it. I'd present a particularly steely samurai with the present of one of Hurley's stories I'd written especially. And see if I could get Hurley into a jam and get some kind of Bartitsu Master Ninjas.
You may not find as many of those sorts of people around as you'd think.
Oh, well that's dull.
Oh, but I do know a prosecutor with a Chanmaje top knot. Chanmaj? I looked this up last time, and I don't remember what it was. Top knot, it could introduce you to. I don't think he has that anymore. He cut it off, did he not? Oh, we don't know that.
Chanmage.
Yeah, thank you, Nico.
Chanmage, really? Do you think I could have my picture taken with him? Do you?
Assuming he's recovered from the trim Kazuma gave him a year ago, yes. Alright. That amazing horn-shaped device is pointing toward the Crystal Tower. I suppose once people are disassembled by the machine, they're shot out of that thing to wherever they're going.
I don't think it was supposed to shoot anything, Bruno. It was set up to beam people to the Crystal Tower where they'd be reconstructed in their original form.
Well, I don't like the look of it. If it wasn't as amazing as it looks, the victim would have the accident would have happened wouldn't have happened in the first place, of course.
I suppose that's true, yes.
But nothing ever goes according to plan, does it? Okay. So those are people carrying balloons dangling silently in the skies over London. I always thought the day would come when humans would discover how to fly. But I never imagined it would involve them being suspended from colorful, floating Tamari handballs.
I'm sure it must feel amazing being up there among the clouds. Let's take a ride together, Runo, please.
If I'm being perfectly honest, I would like to try it. But without a cast iron guarantee that the thing won't plummet to the ground, I'm too scared.
Oh well, in that case, I should tell you what Hurley said. It's physically impossible for a flying balloon to plummet to the ground, as long as it doesn't explode.
Yes. Call me crazy, but I think that exploding part might play on my mind a little. Okay. I think that's everything. Okay. Okay, I gotta talk to him. Using high voltage electricity to somehow disassemble a man's body and then beam him across to the Crystal Tower. It's an extraordinary thing to attempt, especially in public. True, it was by far the most unusual of the experiments planned for the exhibition mind. To be honest, I'm a bit surprised it was allowed. Carrying out something so dangerous with so many spectators present, I mean. The government's doing everything it can to promote new science and technology at the moment. They're more worried about being ahead of the game than the odd spot of public safety infringements. If they can be the first to develop some new technology, it makes Britain more powerful in the future, you see. Yes, I suppose that's true, in a way. For the powers that be are placing a heavy emphasis on the scientists' right at the moment.
What sort of rights?
They're making it so that any theories the brains have remain their legal property, as it were. right through developing it into a practical idea, and even going into production. Which is the infuriating reason us coppers aren't allowed to touch this crime scene. There's a new highfalutin special dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act forbids it. Ah, I see now. The only people with permission to investigate here are from some brand new department at the Yard. The Forensic Investigation Team, as it's called. We've been relegated to keeping guard. The Forensic Investigation Team. Any fool can see this heap of scrap metal was a sham to begin with. But just because it says scientific equipment on the paperwork, we can't do a flaming thing with it.
Poor Gregsy. He's very head up, isn't he?
Remind me again, what's this new legal act that means we're not allowed to touch the scene here?
Are you having me at it, Sunshine? It's a Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. Yes, I think Hurley mentioned that recently. With a twinkle in his eyes, I remember.
I'm sure we did, your ladyship. I'm sure he did. Passed especially for the great exhibition it was. Us scientists have to do is present their ideas or inventions to some suits in the civil service. If it gets rubber stamped, there's a guarantee of rights remains in the invention's confidentiality.
What does it really mean?
Think about it. Think of all the world-changing new inventions on display every day at this exhibition. Although a good half of them are a load of cobbles, if you ask me, put forward by shammers like yourself.
Thanks for that.
Oh, I love how absurd some of the inventions here are. It's all so fun.
It might be fun to you, but a member of the force has to be present at every single demonstration. Can you imagine, eh? Hang science, that's what I say.
Oh, I don't think so. That sounds like my dream job.
You'd soon think otherwise after spending a day guarding all these shammers, bogus contraptions.
But if they're all bogus, how can anyone hope to demonstrate them? There'd be no point.
Yeah, well, there is a point, sadly.
Sorry?
Thanks to another of our government's bright ideas. If any theory or invention is deemed to show potential, the government hands out a research grant.
The scientists get funding?
Exactly, and that's what they're all after. All these shammers come from far and wide to clog up Hyde Park. And who was to keep them all safe, eh? Who was to smile politely and welcome them? Us coppers, that's who. So you can see why I say it now, can't you? Hang science, hang it.
Oh, maybe I can see your point.
Apparently Professor Harebrayne lives and works in Germany now, conducting his research.
That's right, came back to Britain, especially for the Great Exhibition, as I understand it. Probably after one of the government's research grants.
Actually, we learned something else about the professor earlier today. About his time in further education. Turns out he was at university with someone we both know. Lord Van Zeeks.
What's that? That's news to me. But if Van Zeeks mans the prosecution, then as the accused, the professor's fate is
sealed? Because the Reaper will get him one way or another?
Blimey, that man's beyond me. I don't know what goes on in that head of his. Talking to Van Zeeks, this morning's paper ran the story of him being attacked. Read that?
Oh yes, Mr. Reaper is completely fine. Nothing to worry about.
Yes, right. Glad to hear it. Still, the Reaper, huh? How long's that business gonna keep him up, I wonder?
Victim of this case, the investor, Mr. Asman. He was another of the Reaper's victims, or so I heard.
Lord Baron Van Zeeks is a top-class prosecutor, but even he can't always push the right verdict through. Sometimes justice can't win.
Yes, I've heard about jurors being bribed and evidence being falsified. And that's how the notion of the Reaper of the Bailey came about, isn't it?
Obviously, Scotland Yard suspected Van Zeeks initially. We all assumed he was taking matters into his own hands if he failed to seal the deal in court.
Though the man himself denies that charge.
Well, we've done a very thorough investigation, and the conclusion we reached is that Lord Van Zeeks is in no way related to the deaths of those people outside the courtroom. There's no question in my mind. I'd stake my reputation on it, I would. But if that's true, then how do you explain it? All those defendants couldn't have just coincidentally died if nobody killed them. I know that, but I can't explain it. It's a mystery after all, isn't it? That's the whole point of the Reaper. Professor Harebrain mentioned something else. He said that at university, Lord Van Zieks was a totally different person. Easygoing and kind. You what? He said that it was after they both graduated that something happened to change the man. Do you have any idea what it was? No clue. Really? Look, I got my hands full watching over this frustrating crime scene. Why don't you go and make a nuisance of yourself elsewhere, hey? I think he's lying to us. Can you present anything? What do you mean? Okay. Can I examine it? Okay. Okay. What am I missing? Okay. Apparently there's more to do. I don't know what I'm missing. I'm gonna check. Station stage. And then just the shrub to the right of the screen. Okay, I missed. Okay, hold on. I'm going to leave here. I'm going to go back so I can be on the ground. Oh, hi. The way he's just standing there. Yes. Here we go.
Oh, look what's this? A ripped piece of cloth?
It's not like any fabric I've ever seen before. It's very thick and stiff. It looks extremely durable.
It's canvas, I think, or some sort of rubber backing.
Hi! How's it going, Eric?
The edges appear to be a bit charred as well.
Maybe that means it had something to do with the explosion.
Let's make a note of it while Ginny's mid-yawn.
Piece of green cloth has been added into the record. And then there's this. I'm hanging in there. How are you? Hope you had a good Thanksgiving. For some reason the ground is damaged in this spot. Look. Almost as if there was a fire here or something.
Yes, if you look closely, there's some scattered ash and burnt embers, too.
Well, I suppose there was a big explosion just above here. People probably wouldn't bat an eye at a small fire like... People probably wouldn't bat an eyelid at a small fire like this would have... A small fire like this would have been. Oh my god.
I'm not sure we English are quite that laid back, Bruno.
Just in the walls. Thanksgiving was good. Fried turkey slaps. I never actually had fried turkey. How's mine? It was good. We were 4 hours away visiting my sister in her med school apartment, so we had Cracker Barrel catered Thanksgiving, which was fine. It could have been worse.
Looks like as though somebody dropped something behind the trees just here.
Oh, Wheel of Time series. I've been meaning to read that. It's on my list. Of Time. I think it's on my list. I've been told by many, many people to read the Wheel of Time series. There are like 800 books. Okay, 15. 61 works, 15 primary. Oh my lord. That's what you're buried in throughout 11th grade. I mean, no shame in that. Oh my god, there's a lot of books. Oh, some of them are in a different language. That would make sense. I have been recommended Wheel of Time many a time. I'll get there eventually. Dropped or hid? First I gotta get into Brandon Sanderson. That's gonna be its own bucket of worms. I have Mistborn sitting on my shelf. What is this? Some sort of the machine that exploded?
Maybe. It could have fallen from the platform above in the blast, perhaps.
What's going on here? Oh, nothing. I think I'll hang on to this just in case. Mysterious contraption. They're all like fucking 900 pages of small text. I think the shortest is like 660 pages or something. Oh my god. I have so many books to read. I can't. Pan up. Oh, I can pan up? No. What's down there? What did I miss? Examine the contraption. Yep. The green cloth. Pan up and examine the wreckage. Here we go. The Crystal Tower. It's certainly an apt name. Oh my god, there's still a lot left. I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom in a minute. Let me do this. It was built to be the focal point of the exhibition, and it definitely is, being so tall with all that glass. I can't imagine a building like this ever being erected in Japan.
There are a lot of exhibits inside the tower as well, apparently. Of course, there's an observation deck, but there's also an art gallery, a zoo, and a museum. I heard you have to queue for 3 hours just to get through the doors.
Well, at the moment, the shattered glass from the failed experiment may well be the biggest draw.
And thanks to that accident, the whole tower is shut.
Suddenly it's not the Crystal Tower anymore, but the Crystal Glass Shower. You.
Apparently everyone's talking about the skies now to look down on the disaster area from above instead.
Taking to the skies, not talking.
There's a 3-hour queue to go up in a balloon now.
Londoners must really be very patient people. Okay. Talk to Gregson. Okay, I will be back in 1 second. I'll be right back.
returned. Her hair makes you angry? Whose hair? Gina's? Iris's? Okay. Examine that. Examine up there. Iris. I think that's, you're talking about Iris. I don't know what I haven't examined. Talk to Gregson. Oh. She's saying new things. This platform must have been set up for the experiment, I suppose. It's very high up.
It's about 30 feet above the platform, apparently. That's what a policeman I just spoke to said.
I don't really understand feet very well. We don't use them in Japan.
Yeah, sorry, it's about 9 meters. The seem to have been in London a year, Bruno. It's time we got used to our measurements.
Yes, well, this thing is so tall the spectators at the front would just have seen a wall and nothing else.
They probably thought they'd secured the best spot to watch from, only to be disappointed.
There's a saying in Japan, the darkest spot is right under the lighthouse. I feel like it probably applies here. Okay. Can we go up? This is obviously the stage above. We should go up there. Okay, yeah, that's what I wanted. Okay. Can't go anywhere else. What have I missed? Okay. Movie experimentation. About Gina, yesterday's incident. Stressful experiment, get the sketch, about the investigation. Talk through all that. Examine the contraption, guard on the court record. Examine the cloth. Examine the wreckage. Examine the stairs. Gregson will dart over, talk to him about the 4 things. Examine the machine. Again. And then it says to go talk to a lady I've never heard of that I can't go to yet. Iris knows where it is. What do you mean? I think I've examined everything it wanted me to examine. And I can't talk to him about anything else, can I? And it doesn't want me to present the evidence that I collected. Looks like layers of thick canvas with a thick rubber lining of sorts. I've never seen anything like it before. But applying Mr. Sholmes' methods, I might deduce it was part of a raincoat worn by someone who really, really didn't want to get wet. The charring must have occurred when the person was struck by lightning. Or maybe not. Throw shade, why don't you? This looks like a crossbow. This is a crossbow. You're telling me I can't examine anything about this? Ryo has nothing to say on what is obviously a crossbow? You started playing the fuck out of fork knife? I don't know what that is. I don't know what have I missed? Was it something back somewhere? Talk to Hairbrain. Yeah, Iris says there's something else here.
I don't know what, though.
Okay.
So excited about the prospect of Naruhodo's Anything Consultancy opening for business again.
That's not what it's called. It's Naruhodo's legal consultancy. I've done a lot of studying in the past 6 months, reading law texts and judicial precedents. I'm sure I'm a better lawyer now. I can't wait to start practicing again.
Nothing's changed in here at all, though, has it? It's as though time has stood still in here since Susie went back to Japan.
I wanted to keep it ready for Miss Susato in case she was able to return from Britain at any point, to Britain. So I've just left everything the way it was.
Oh, I see. Right. And there was me thinking it's because of the way you are, Runo. You know, never bothering to tidy up, I mean.
Iris, this isn't the time or place to bring up my tidiness, or lack of it. Okay. Okay. I've looked here. Looked at this. I looked at that. I need to examine the stairs. Lead the stairs above. We should go up there. No. I don't want to come back up here. Last time I examined the stairs, talked about all this. I'm sure I don't need to present. Okay. I don't know. No. Let me examine this. Examined the stairs in the tower. Maybe I need to go back to the... No, because she says there's something else here. Just gonna... Okay. Talk to Gina about yesterday's incident. Successful experiments. Get the experiment sketch. Yes. About the investigation. Done. Examine the mysterious contraption, which was here. Examine the green cloth. Pan up and examine the wreckage. Examine the stairs. Make your way upstairs. Examine the machine. Gregson will dart over to warn you not to touch it. Examine it again to find the screwdriver. Receive another warning from Gregson. Talk to him about government policy, special dispensation, Professor Hairbrain, the mystery of the Reaper. Since it... Okay. And that's it. So maybe I missed something somewhere back here. Maybe I actually did. Let's go to the prison, maybe. Oh, he's not here anymore. Okay. Apparently, oh, I can't present. Okay. Can't talk to you either. Lord Chief Justice's office. Did I miss something here? He's not here. Oh my god. I don't think there's gonna be anything here either. I'm gonna lose my mind. So... Alright, we're gonna find a different walkthrough. Great. Ace. Great. Ace. Attorney. Resolve. Walkthrough. Let's check a different website. GameFAQ. Sure. My good friend GameFAQ. After the unspeakable story. Also an attorney. Return of the Great Departed Soul. Move to the prison. First visit. Converse with Gina. Examine the sign. Right, I assume. Okay, so saw that. Examine the sign. Examine the piece of green cloth. Examine the crystal tower. Yep. Move upward. Examine the explosion area. What do you mean oh my god. Oh my god. That's where the cove... That's where the cove ended up after his instant kinesis or whatever they called it. Dead, of course. And yet they're calling the experiment a success. What's the winning scaffold there for? Coppers, our lads, set it up after the incident happened. Get the body down, I think. Dunno, really. Didn't you help to erect the scaffold then? Nah, lookout duty's more my thing. Wandering around the exhibitions, keeping a lookout for the fun stuff. Ryan Gregson doesn't hear you saying that or he'll give you the boot. It's incredible though, isn't it? I mean, could the victim really have bridged that gap by some sort of invisible kinesis? There we fucking go. Alright. Wasted 10 minutes of all of our time.
Reno, listen.
What? What is it?
I've been thinking. Hurley might know something, mightn't he?
About what?
About Mr. Reaper.
About what happened to Lord Van Zeeks, you mean? Because it sounds like something very significant occurred after he graduated from university. Something that completely changed his life. Maybe, but I have no idea where to find Mr. Sholmes at the moment. He's in the middle of some big case, isn't he?
Here, this is what you need.
What's this? Some kind of entrance ticket? Madame Tuspels? Madame Tuspels? Is this supposed to mean something to me?
You don't know? It's the most popular attraction in London at the moment.
Madame Tussauds.
It's very close to Baker Street, actually. We can go now if you like.
No, we don't have time for visiting attractions today, Iris. We have a big trial tomorrow.
But that's where Hurley is.
What? At this popular London attraction?
Yes.
How is that you know where he is?
Hurley told me, but he told me to keep it a secret from you, Bruno.
Add him to spells. I don't see how it could be related to the case we're investigating here, but then stranger things have happened, and when they happen, Mr. Sholmes is usually at the heart of them. Alright, finally. There we go. Are we recreating murders? What is this place? Is this the lady who bathed in people's blood? And the first one was the Jack the Ripper. I don't know what the second one was. And then that like Russian queen who bathed in women's blood. Look at these terrifying scenes. But why are all the people so still? Guillotines, ruthless murderers. I know what I'll be dreaming about tonight.
They're all wax models. They're amazingly realistic, aren't they? What do you think, Bruno? Shocked?
Wax models? Are you okay? I read about dead bodies of wax once in a magazine about strange phenomena. Depending on how corpses are kept after death, parts of them get turned into wax, apparently. It's called adipocere ray?
Stop talking about creepy things like that, Bruno. You're scaring me. Anyway, adipocere doesn't form readily, you know. It's only very specific. Ah! What now?
I just remembered something else I read in another magazine about strange phenomena. There was an old lady, maybe a witch, who used to pour molten wax over corpses and put them on display.
None of the exhibits in here are real. They're all entirely man-made replicas.
They can't be. Do you really expect me to believe that? Just look at them.
Oh.
There's no way anybody could make models of people that are this realistic. And they're all just gruesome scenes. Except for this dumbass. Wait.
What is it?
Oh. No. I must be seeing things. What in the whole fuck is happening? What is that? Okay, I'm gonna start. No. I'm gonna start all the way over here. Is this some infamous murderer?
Yes, called Jane the Ripper.
Oh.
And your victims were young women.
Okay. I knew it. You could tell by the way she's holding that knife. Sure sign of a murderer.
Well, yes. What's the matter, Bruno?
I've worked it out. I know what she's doing. She's trying to fill that bathtub with blood so she can have a soak in her victim's gore.
Not according to the information about the exhibit on the little board here. Doesn't mention anything about the bathtub.
Really?
Sorry, I don't think it's significant.
I still think it has to be there for a reason. Okay. That big heavy curtain is in a very prominent position, isn't it? I have a nasty feeling there's going to be something truly terrifying behind it.
Oh yes, that's the famous To Spells special exhibit. It depicts one of England's most notorious killers. Do you want to pay the extra fee and have a look?
Pay more money to be even more terrified? Oh, let me think about that for a moment.
It's only a suggestion.
Okay. Look at this first. These models are so well made, I can't tell what's a waxwork and what's a real human.
Or maybe all the exhibits are real people. And when it's closing time, all the visitors have gone home. They suddenly start moving about.
Ugh, just thinking about it makes me wish it was closing time already and I was on my way home. I just couldn't get out of that area. There was something I needed to examine that I couldn't find, and that's what it was. Ugh, is this an example of Western Sujigiri?
I don't know what that is.
You know, when an unscrupulous samurai randomly attacks a passerby to test his sword.
I still don't know, no. But actually, a waxwork samurai would probably be hugely popular. Could you model it, do you think, Bruno? Do that Sujigiri thing you mentioned?
Well, I do have a sword, but I've no intention of testing how sharp it is on a human subject. For now, at least. This doofus. It's the great detective, Mr. Sherlock Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes has his own wax statue in here? Really? No.
Well, he is world famous after all.
No, that can't be. It's an uncanny resemblance, isn't it? It makes my skin crawl to look at it.
I know. But look, Bruno, you can kick this Hurley and he doesn't move a muscle.
Oh, is it actually? You can't go around kick. Yeah, I was about to say. You can't go around kicking his iris. Wait. It just moved. I'm sure. And it's not a little bit either.
Really? Did it?
And look closely. There are beads of sweat on the face of this waxwork model. Guys, it's just him. Shall we move on, Iris? Over there, look, there's a great murder scene to enjoy much more viewing.
Hold it!
My dear fellow, I take exception to your recoiling in such a manner, as if you've seen something truly abhorrent. Mr. Sholmes, I knew it. Did you? Iris, what possessed you? I strictly forbade you from divulging my temporary waxwork secret to Mr. Naruhodo. Temporary waxwork? What do you mean?
And that kick.
Could you not have exerted a little more restraint? You winded me.
But Bruno has something he needs to ask you.
Ah, a question.
And I thought you'd probably be getting bored too. So here we are.
Well, I can't deny your timing is impeccable. A mere 2 minutes more being stationary like that. My great brain, upon which all my success has been built, would have turned to wax. Thank goodness we arrived in time. Indeed, in many ways, the pair of you just saved the world from an unimaginable loss.
Oh, Hurley, you do like to talk nonsense, don't you?
He could know something, that's true. About Lord Van Zeeks and what happened in the past to change him. Now that you're here, let's take our time. How can I be of assistance? For you're in luck, I'm suddenly quite taken with the idea of conversing. Oh, well, actually, I'm in quite a hurry. And if my eyes don't deceive me, I believe something's afoot within the walls of this very museum. A most fascinating case, if I'm not mistaken. Really? Moreover, I have a strong suspicion that it is related to the matter of which you've come to me now. But how could it be? We shall speak again presently, my dear fellow. But for now, I must return to my work. What? Back to being a temporary waxwork exhibit? No, we're gonna talk, doofus. What is this place? I swear to God. Thank you. Madame Dispels came to London from France 3 years ago, I understand. Since she opened this little waxwork museum last year, it's enjoyed great popularity in London. There are museums like this in Japan too, but these displays are something else. I mean, they aren't made from actual real people, are they? The extreme realism in these waxwork models is a particular secret of the Dispels family, they say. They earned renown during the French Revolution for waxworks of victims of the guillotine. That sounds grim. I do think that Madame Tussauds, like, that's like part of her story. Is she made wax figures of King Louis and Marie Antoinette, and that's why we know what they look like beyond paintings. Isn't that a thing? I don't know. The gruesome scenes were portrayed with such realism in the expressions of the faces of the condemned.
Apparently, the sculptors would make the models directly from the corpses, right there at the site of the executions.
That really turns my stomach. That's just one of several legends about the Tusbels family. Whether there was any truth in it, I couldn't say. But anyway, this museum houses models of famous people from all over the globe. Nevertheless, the most popular areas of the museum, by quite some margin, is this House of Horrors. House of Horrors? Of course, visitor numbers are dwindling now as a result of the Great Exhibition, but people usually flock here to see exhibits of some of London's most vile criminals at their gruesome work. Naturally, most of the miscreants portrayed here were sent to the gallows, so they're even stiffer now than the models of them. Have you heard of poor taste? My dear fellow, the public lives for poor taste. They yearn to be shocked. So, the hideous exhibits in here are...
They're all portrayals of real events that actually took place.
Is it just me, or did the temperature in here just seem to drop? Ryu's having the worst day of his life. Anyway, I advise you not to think too deeply about what you see here. Oh, he's back to being a waxwork, is he? Doofus. What do you mean by a temporary waxwork, Mr. Sholmes? Exactly what you see. I'm part of the exhibits here, catching these criminals in the act. Catching them? Every half an hour, I home in on a different killer in one of the displays and adopt a new pose to ensnare him. When members of the public come for a closer look, I offer them my handshake. For a shilling, I'll happily allow them to take a photograph with us. Us? Does he mean him and the waxwork murderers in here? But why, Mr. Sholmes? My dear fellow, isn't it obvious? For the money! He really roared at me there. Very fitting for the House of Horrors. As it stands, I may struggle to pay this month's rent. I have the ravenous iris to consider.
Oh, Hurley, I'm so hungry.
If push comes to shove, I shall have to ask you to do your bit, Mr. Naruhodo. Was he threatening to rope me into now? Or what's he threatening to rope me into now? So, with that in mind, how about a photograph? As a special treat, you may have your pick of the murderers and scoundrels in here. The choice is yours. Maybe some other time. Remember, Mr. Naruhodo, ignore me at your peril. Was that a threat? Is it just me? Just final remark there sound a lot like a curse. Well, what is it you'd like to ask me then? Actually, it's about Lord Van Zeeks. Ah, our friend Mr. Reaper. How did you find him? Well, I trust. And so I filled Mr. Sholmes in about everything I'd learnt. About Lord Van Zeeks, about Professor Harebrain, and about the strange coincidence that they had been at university together. So I'm wondering what it is that happened to make Lord Van Zeek such a different person.
I was sure that you'd know, Hurley.
You said there was something going on here in this exhibit hall before, that something was afoot, that you believed it was related to what I wanted to ask you about. Mr. Sholmes? He suddenly clammed up. Well, seems we've reached the unavoidable greeting. Oh, hi! Hello. Where did she appear from? I love your outfit. And what's she wearing? Could she look any more mysterious?
I hope you are appreciating my museum.
Sorry, have we... Oh, Mr. Sholmes, do you know what? Not again.
My apologies. I am Esmeralda Two Spells. This is my Museum of Waxwork.
What? You're the Madame Two Spells?
Bien sûr.
Only... Oh god, she's got a French accent. Only 26 years young, I might add. Is that significant somehow?
I'm a madam in name only. As a certain je ne sais quoi.
Right.
Firstly, I must apologize. No, I must apologize for my waxworks, or rather one waxwork in particular.
That'll be Mr. Sholmes then.
I was led to believe he was a great detective, but he seems unable to settle.
Oh,
Next time you move from your designated exhibit, there will be toil and trouble.
is that like molten iron?
She sounds deadly serious.
That's a problem. How am I supposed to ask Mr. Sholmes about Lord Van Zeeks now?
Let's not forget what Hurley said before, about something being afoot, right here in the museum.
Do it. Do it, Miko. I will always say yes to somebody eating ramen. Shin ramen is the best ramen. It's one of the best ramens.
About something being afoot right in the museum.
Yeah. Yes, I know, but...
And I'm so curious. I want to know what's happening here.
Haven't we got enough on our plate already? Did you make all these waxworks, Madame Two Spells?
I did. I'm the third generation of waxwork artisans, you know. Gosh! It was my grandmother who began the tradition in my family.
Her fortunes were checkered, living through the turbulent times of the French Revolution as she did. Though, that is when she acquired this savoir-faire that leads to the astonishing likeliness. Fuck yeah, Nico. Go all out.
All these waxworks really do look as though they're alive. In fact, they look more alive than Hurley. What you see exhibited here represents the most atrocious of London's criminal past. All the waxworks were created in the presence of real people on which they were modeled. In the hours immediately following their executions, that is the secret to the extraordinary lifelikeness.
That sounds terrifying. Statues available, please inquire. Sorry, I just started reading the signs in the background.
All walks of life have similar challenges, I'm sure. To carry out one's trade par excellence, one must go to extraordinary lengths. My exhibits are a reflection of society. I create only that which the public wishes to see.
Ugh. Why couldn't the public have wished for something less horrifying?
Do not fear.
Sorry?
This room is the only one in which the museum with such a macabre theme. I do hope you'll explore. There are models of famous singers, actors, politicians, something for every taste, I hope.
It was Iris who dragged me straight in here, come to think of it.
Sorry, perhaps I should have eased you into things.
What's the situation with that?
Ah, my temporary waxwork model. He approached me some days ago, you see, with a business proposal.
Oh? What sort of proposal? My dear madam, what these sparse exhibits need is the attention of a world-famous great detective.
Or words to that effect. Naturally, I'm well aware that Mr. Sholmes is widely known in London as a talented detective.
It's great detective, actually. He's very specific about it.
Yes, the creme de la creme. So I was keen to come to some arrangement with him, of course. But sadly, we were unable to agree terms.
Let me guess. Someone wanted to charge an exorbitant price for his services. For a mere £500, I will dive into your cauldron of wax this very moment.
Or words to that effect.
Mr. Sholmes might have overdone it slightly with the sales pitch.
Regrettably, the museum has a shortage of funds at the moment, due to unforeseen circumstances. So we came to the current arrangement instead.
Surely he doesn't really need to do what he's doing though, does he?
I would think not, but he was very insistent.
I have a 50 shilling problem. That must be resolved by the morning.
Or words to that effect. It's the pawnbroker, that's what it is. You must have something to redeem.
Is that the consulting detective work not going so, or is the consulting detective work not going so well? I wonder, could I ask you something?
Bien sûr.
I'm just wondering, is anything going on at the museum at the moment? Some kind of incident, perhaps?
Whoever suggested such a thing to you?
Oh, well, it was... your temporary waxwork over there who mentioned it to me a little... Oh, he's disappeared. A wax model is a work of art, not some tawdry object for trade. Oh, it's you. There you are!
Leaving the exhibit again when you should be working? Do you wish to be melted down?
My dear Madame Tispel, save your reprimands. There are more pressing concerns. The wax can wait. It's our ideas about your current problem. We must throw into the melting pot instead. Personally, I would advise you not to involve the police.
Why ever not?
She's turned as white as a sheet. Because you have at your disposal a great detective whose services you may employ for a mere 50 shillings. Though, please be aware that I prefer... No, I insist upon payment in advance.
Very well. Let us see if the great detective is able to live up to his name, shall we?
Before I engage my analytical processes, I must ask you to clarify something. What, pray, is behind the curtain?
That is a Tispel special exhibit. There's an extra charge to see it.
Ah, the special exhibit in the House of Horrors. Must depict a special killer then, I presume. Would you be so kind as to draw back the curtains, I wonder?
Ah, absolument no.
Absolument. I've forgotten my French. At the very least, I forgot how to pronounce things in French.
There's nothing amiss behind there.
Nothing amiss, madam. What about the arm protruding ominously from under the curtain? Ah. I strongly encourage you to allow me to see what lies beyond, before the situation worsens.
Yes, very well. I will draw back the curtains, but only a soupçon.
I don't remember how to read French. Or speak French. Number 139. I must confess, I peeked behind the curtain earlier. Tispel's special exhibit is a very bleak graveyard scene indeed. And yet, somewhat surprisingly, the waxwork killer is one would expect is nowhere to be seen. What does strike one, however, is the portly gentleman lying peacefully on his back on the floor. Oh well, perhaps then, Mr. Sholmes, that man on the floor is the ruthless killer himself. I'm afraid not, my dear fellow. He's a perfectly ordinary London gentleman, not even a waxwork in fact. What? As skillfully made as these waxworks are, they are always distinguishable from real humans. So, allow me to present my two conclusions. The first, that is a sizable business transaction has been taking place in this special exhibit. Why would you say that? And the second is that the aforementioned transaction is linked to a serious crime. She looks pale as candle wax. I don't understand. Are you about to have a Sholmes special show? So, Madame Two Spells, as you've agreed to my fee, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. Yep, the great deduction. The game is afoot. Topic number 1, Waxworks, Fate. To begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is afoot here in this museum. The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so hopefully from your bag. It's my estimation, some £200. That is all my own money. So what does this large sum of money reveal? Ah, not as much as the involuntary glance at your cast, it would seem At the involuntary glance you cast, it would seem, Madame Two Spells. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes now fall. The significance of the £200 is revealed by that public notice. No, buddy. You're gonna finally order Chinese food in tomorrow? Buck? Yes, Carly. Get it! Waxwork for sale. Your business has hit hard times, it would seem. In short, you sold the infamous killer the centerpiece of your special exhibit for the sum of £200. No. Is that guy dead? I hope not. Now, let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Who's the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock, the cause of which is clearly known to you. Ah. Unfortunately, madam, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the £200. I don't know about that, my man. It would appear that you twisted this gentleman around your little finger most effectively. What are you suggesting? He rashly agreed to purchase the waxworks for the sum of £200. Only when he came to hand the money over did it occur to him what an extortionate amount he was paying. And the money was no longer in his hands. And the rest, the scene we see before us, collapsed in shock. I don't know about that, my man. Yes, the killer in this special exhibit fetched a killer price. Can only pray the gentleman's dreams are not plagued with regret. Either get a dinner for one, or as a mix of stuff, or dinner for two and have leftovers. Definitely fried rice and hopefully noodles. The best. I do love to have leftovers. The question that arises then is, what has become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let us consider that problem for a moment. You cannot possibly... What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. Who is this fellow? To answer the question, we need only observe his neckerchief, such as worn by the policeman as a secret sign to fellow members of the force that a crime is being perpetrated. Yes, this young man is an undercover policeman, currently investigating this museum. I know him well, in fact. It's Sergeant John Clay. What are you talking about? The man's quite a celebrity. Received triple accolades at last year's policing awards. But... Next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him with his particularly unsightly visage. I've been watching closely and hasn't moved a muscle, almost, in fact, as if he were a waxwork. Well, yeah, he's got a price tag on him. But you... Your reaction only confirms my suspicions, madam. I noticed it at once, of course. Observe! Telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is obviously the price tag. I guess the price tag is for the scarf.
threepence. A tragically low price, you might say. Really, but Mrs. Playson doesn't have a Chinese chicken salad with like red vinegar dressing. My fam always gets Chinese food on top of Thanksgiving food, so I'm tempted. Fuck yeah. Yeah, I think it's the tag for his scarf. Though perhaps the going rate for aging waxworks riddled with cracks. And yet you sold it to the portly gentleman for exorbitant £200. The sort of plucky behaviour that's sure to attract the attention of Scotland Yard. Isn't that so, madam? I do not. Yes, the waxwork you sold has already been seized by the police. It remains in their custody as we speak. The old man must be reunited with his grave in the special exhibit, and not a moment too soon. I don't know about any of that, my man, but I guess I don't even understand what's going on. Like, I don't know what's happening. Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. Okay. Alright, my himbo. I see I've stunned you all into silence.
You have, Hurley. You have. And you've obviously upset this young lady in the process. Her cauldron looks awfully hot.
If I could just bring up one point, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, the notorious Naruhodo 1 point. I'm all ears, my dear fellow. According to your deduction, then, the special exhibit featured this old policeman? So, that would mean he's the particularly ruthless murderer, wouldn't it? The killer policeman. Automobile. Sorry? It was a mysterious series of murders that rattled the capital only last year. The police rushed to the scene every time, only to find the culprit had disappeared into the aether.
And it turned out the culprit was the policeman himself, a senior officer by the name of Ottermole.
So you mean that's who the sinister-looking old man they're supposed to be? Indeed, it is a particularly grim face, is it not? Unforgettable, in fact. Yes, I remember that odious countenance only too well. Is £200 a lot of money for a wax model? It would be enough to afford one of the latest steam carriages, if that puts things in perspective. So, it is quite a lot then. Is there anything else you wish to add before I melt you down? That bubbling wax is looking more and more ominous.
The smell of all that molten wax is starting to worry me.
Mr. Sholmes did more or less just accuse her to her face, so I think I might have to call on your assistance here, Iris, if that's alright, to make some minor corrections to the great detective's great deductions.
Of course it's alright. We'll soon set things straight.
Well, let's get started then, shall we? Before Madame Two Spells vents her anger. Just what I was waiting to hear, my dear fellow. So, Madame Two Spells, in accordance with our agreement, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. Again. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Sold for cash. Alright. I'm gonna click through everything. I don't care to listen to or read it all again. There we go. She definitely looked in this direction, it's true.
But I'm not sure she'd sell any of her waxworks even for £200.
Oh?
She always poured her heart and soul into making them, don't you think? Over and above the wax. If it were me, I wouldn't sell them for anything.
For that much money, I would, but it sounds like that makes me a bad person. Well, anyway, I wonder if the £200 could have some other significance.
Let's follow that furtive glance again and see if anything else could explain it.
Okay. Portly man. Can I just
Let's examine this. Waxworks for sale. Would anyone really buy models of mass murderers?
I think I'd rather have 200 pounds in my pocket.
Exactly. You could buy one of those brand new types of steam carriage. That's what I'd spend it on if I had it, no question.
Oh, I'd buy all the herbs in the world.
Must be another explanation for the money. I assume the man?
Seems this
well-dressed gentleman is alive after all. Not just alive and kicking. And he's not a waxwork or a model of a mass murderer.
I'm not sure I'd pay 200 pounds for him.
I don't think the man's up for sale.
Well, anyway, it was a silly place to put him. Other museum visitors could easily trip.
I don't think the man was put there on purpose either. I mean, there's nothing else to... So I assume it's him?
Take that!
No. No. I get it. It was wrong. I fucked up. Okay. Okay, here we go. Had to, like, drag the screen.
What's that note doing pinned on the wall there?
Oh, yes, let's see. Dear Madame Tuspels, we've taken the prisoner from this room. The price for his safe return is 200 pounds. Have the money ready by noon on 23rd October. What?
What?
This is just like that sort of thing that's left behind when someone's kidnapped.
Yes, it's a ransom note.
Exactly. There we go.
Take that!
The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by that ransom note. Quite so. We must congratulate these criminals on their inventiveness, abducting a waxwork. 200 pounds is no small ransom fee, yet you clearly intend to pay it. The model in question has special importance, so I put together all the money I have. In summary, then, the 200 pounds you have in your handbag is ransom money. Now, let us explore the next curiosity which we are presented. Who is the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock, the cause of which is clearly known to you. Right. And there we go, 200 pounds. No. So the waxwork was kidnapped. Where does that leave us in terms of who this man is?
We could just ask him when he comes round.
I think the point of this exercise is to understand the beauty of the deduction process, Iris.
Yes, you're right. Hurley's trying so hard. We mustn't let him down.
Well, there's little doubt that he suffered a shock. That much seems clear. But in that case, what's Madame Tuspels trying to hide? Let's have a closer look around. Long hair braid?
This is just Madame Tuspel's right hand, isn't it?
Yes, it must be. I can clearly see her left hand after all.
Oh, but wait a minute. This is a left hand as well, look.
Don't say such creepy things, Iris, please.
And it seems very stiff, too. In fact, it's really hard.
You mean... it's made of wax? There we go.
Take that!
Any plans? You have to work? What? What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the waxwork hand. Indeed, with a solid waxwork limb, one could deliver a very substantial blow. How could you... Black Friday? Like you gotta catch up on stuff today? But it's... that it can't wait till Monday? Are they paying you special time? That's ridiculous.
hand protruding from the bottom of your cape. It ought to be a right hand, but closer inspection reveals that, in fact, it's a left hand. And somewhat masculine as well. In other words, it does not belong to you, madam. It is the hand of a waxwork model. Oh. Some of the visitors in my museum can be troublesome. They meddle with the exhibits and cause damage. So you mean that arm? Yes, this gentleman saw it fit to try to remove it as a souvenir. Oh, beat the shit out of him. No small keepsake. I'm gonna come over there. And I'm gonna fight your bosses. I'm gonna fight them. How dare. Like taking a whole branch of a cherry tree when you go to view the blossoms. I'm afraid I had to teach the men a lesson. You confronted the man and tried to take the arm back. And the result, the scene we see before us. He was knocked unconscious. A point we may need to revisit later, but for the time being, we have our conclusion. Yes, the killer in this special exhibit has been kidnapped. I, Sunday, am going to go see the new Hunger Games movie. That's my only plans. Probably do some organizing. I'm very excited. I, read the whole book last week in like 2 days. So I'm ready to go. According to Mr. Sholmes, the yellow neckerchief is assigned to other policemen that some crime is underway.
Way of communicating with his colleagues without revealing his identity, yes. It's a secret that's closely guarded by Scotland Yard.
That Mr. Sholmes didn't hesitate to give away.
Well, uncovering secrets is in any true detective's nature, of course.
Right. Anyway, judging from Madame Suspel's reaction to Mr. Sholmes' deduction, I think perhaps we might not have identified the man quite correctly. Stopping by Laura's house after work tomorrow because she's doing Thanksgiving stuff. Well, that's good then. That's something, at least. It'll be nice. Oh! It's his arm.
Take that!
Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe his shoulder stub. No such boneless human walks the earth. Of that I can assure you. In other words, the man standing here, the young Sergeant John Clay, is in fact defying all odds, a waxwork model. I seem to remember it was you who concluded he was a real person in the first place, Mr. Sholmes. Just turn the lights off on him. He has become quite a celebrity in London, being the winner of no less than 3 policing awards last year. I simply had to make a model of the man. Naturally, what other explanation could there be? And it was this detective's arms that was pulled off by the man on the floor in the special exhibit, wasn't it? She basically went, "You thought you could escape? You're going to visit me tomorrow." Good. Next, we turn our attention to the old man sat before him with a particularly unsightly visage. I'm watching very closely. He hasn't moved a muscle, almost as if he would wax. But your reaction only confirms it. Notice it, of course? Yeah, okay. Killer policeman called Ottermole, was it? Was he well known?
It was all over the papers last year, but I can't say I know what he looks like. It's a very low price, though. Threepence isn't much money.
Only enough for a few measly hours of gas in Mr. Garadev's delightful lodgings, in fact. So, this is a special killer taken from special exhibits, is it? The waxwork that somebody stole from the museum and tried to ransom for £200. Is this crusty old killer policeman Ottermole? Really?
Perhaps we should have a good look around again and see what other ideas crop up.
Okay. Oh, his leg is tapping.
Take that!
Man's alive. The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious twitch. Even the most realistic waxworks do not exhibit a twitch. In other words, this splendid old man is in fact a genuine member of Scotland Yard. Slight shift in your choice of adjectives then. Ryu is so over it. And there you have it. Well, Madame Dispels. Well, what? It was me who contacted the police and demanded that someone come in the first place. He is clearly fatigued. He's sound asleep. But then, what's this tag about showing a price of 3 pence? No doubt the price tag of the muffler, which the old Bobby recently purchased at a local market. And I presume you've observed the scarf tied around his arm. Does that not strike you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, the secret sign used by detectives to show that some criminal activity is currently underway. Of course, because, as you know, there's been just such criminal activity happening here. As you deduced from the very beginning, Detective. So, it was seen that we finally arrive at the truth. The waxwork of the especially ruthless killer from this special exhibit has been kidnapped. Scotland Yard are already investigating. But the model's whereabouts remain a mystery. Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great detection of this horrifying puzzle. You found out nothing.
Hi, Mies.
You found out nothing. Elementary. I love these dorks. But you found out nothing. All sorts of people visit my museum here. Men and women, young and old. Sometimes they drop in just for a short time on their way back from the pub. I welcome them all. But if anyone tries to dare into my exhibits, I do not take it lightly. Anyway. Your great deduction was even more enchanting than I have been led to believe. It was a pleasure, my dear madam. I'm gratified that you enjoyed the spectacle. He's so pathetic, how could I not love him? Exactly. As for your rough customer, I have no doubt he'll regain consciousness shortly and return home. What concerns me more is the waxwork from the special display. It was indeed genuinely abducted. Oh God, hold on. Yes, tragically it was. I would ask you to recount to us the events surrounding the stolen waxwork, in as much detail as possible, if you please. Very well. But after I have told you what I know, I must insist that you return to your work. The talents of a great detective could be put to better use, I feel, but as you wish. Okay. But I had to ask him about Van Zeek's tragic backstory. Tell us more about the stolen wax. I can't believe that this one part has taken me 3.5 hours. Just already. It was some days ago now, when I came in here one morning. I immediately noticed that a waxwork was missing from the special exhibit here.
It was your most prominent display. So that's why the curtains were closed.
And I found the ransom note in its place. The culprit must have broken in during the night and taken it then.
So this waxwork was stolen. That was stolen. It was a model of some horrible criminal, I suppose?
Of a particularly horrible criminal, in fact. The killer who left a more profound scar on society than any other, I would say. The Professor. Not a name I've heard of.
So, Mr. Naruhodo, seems the circle is complete. Sorry?
The professor case happened around the time I was born, didn't it?
Indeed it did, Iris. Oops. Indeed it did, Iris. 10 years ago, a series of murders that rocked the capital. 10 years ago? Yes, at exactly the time that Baron von Zieks graduated from university, in fact. What? Surely he's not saying...
So the big event that changed Mr. Reaper's life?
As you've surmised, it was the professor case. Who was this professor, then? Dun dun dun! It was a series of gruesome murders that had all of London gripped in a terror a decade ago. After 5 victims were killed, the man was arrested and put to death. And now he's immortalized in wax for all Londoners to admire and enjoy. Although, of course, he happens to be absent at present on account of the abduction. I don't understand. How is all this related to Lord Van Zieks? You must first understand, my dear fellow, why it is that the professor earned such infamy. It was due to the victims he chose, some of Whitehall's finest.
What do you mean, Hurley?
He killed his brother, I don't know. Those murdered by the professor were some of the highest members of the British aristocracy, members of the nobility, even royalty, sent shockwaves through the country's administration. Members of the... Oh wait, of course! Professor Harebrain said, Lord Van Zieks is from a family with noble blood.
Oh gosh!
It was the fifth victim that led to the professor's arrest. The last of the killer's prey was a young noble by the name of Clint Van Zieks. Yes. No. I don't believe it. Van Zieks? I'm sure you can piece together the rest for yourself. So I imagine, I guess that painting was of whoever this is who died. In the wake of his older brother's murder. I guessed it was his brother. The young Barak pursued a career as a prosecutor and eventually became the Reaper we know today. I had no idea Lord Van Zieks had such a tragic past. Well, I'm afraid that's all I can say in the matter. For the time being, at least. After all, I have work to do. As a waxwork exhibit.
I'm afraid I shall have to excuse myself as well.
Oh, yes, of course. It's been a pleasure, thank you. How long is this next part? Very short, okay. Well, none of the predicted scenarios I've been analyzing involved you coming to visit me here. Huh? Oh.
It's been too long. It really has. I'm delighted to see you, Barak.
It's been 10 years, and here we are, meeting in a prison of all places. Why are you standing there like that, Van Zieks?
I can't forgive myself for what happened to Mr. Asmund. I just can't. I still can't believe it could happen.
Tomorrow the court will decide.
Yes. I have a young Eastern man acting for my defense. He seems reliable enough, though. It was an accident, a terrible accident. He assures me he can prove it.
I must warn you.
Oh, I know. I've heard already. You're going to be prosecuting, aren't you?
Yes.
Since I returned to England, I've heard lots of stories. Barak, are you really...
What?
Never mind. I
I know that you have my best interest at heart. My friend is on trial. I wouldn't entrust it to anybody else.
Of course, I fully understand. Thank you, Barak.
Until tomorrow, then. I'll see you in court. What is he doing? What is he doing? Hmm? Alright, let's do one more part. It seems, in theory, relatively short. 8:52 a.m. I can't believe it's been 6 months since I was last allowed to work in court. Yeah, we're finally here. It only took us 3 hours and 40 minutes. And now here I am, back at the Old Bailey.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Good morning, Professor Harenbrain.
I don't understand. I keep wanting to call him Professor Herobrine.
Why?
It doesn't make any sense. The atmospheric pressure in here is off the charts. I've never felt anything like it. It's crushing me.
It feels like... I feel it every time I'm here. That gravity.
Well, this is Britain's highest court. But are you telling me it's fitted with some kind of device that can actually control air pressure?
I think it's probably all in the mind.
Ah, yes, well, you won't let me down, will you, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm counting on you in today's trial. To save my life. To save the secret of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine from being made public.
Yes, I understand. I know what I have to do. I have to establish that the explosion 2 days ago was nothing more than an unfortunate accident.
Well, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about, really. Justice will prevail.
My commiserations, Mr. Naruhodo. You appear to have been lumbered with the most tiresome case here. Oh, it's you. Mr. Sholmes, I didn't expect to see you here. I didn't mean to say that like that. Oh, it's you.
That was very mean, Rudo. Leaving me alone at home with Hurley. It took me at least an hour to wake him. Is it? Are you? Sherlock Sholmes?
Indeed, sir. I am he. Sherlock Sholmes.
Oh, I've heard all about your exploits, even whilst living in Germany. Ah, yes, France Magazine is on sale in Germany, too. This once I saw it was sublime. Your introduction to the adventures of Silver Blaze was wonderful.
Yes, a memorable case indeed. It concerned a snake, I seem to recall.
No, that was the Speckled Band.
Well, thank you for coming. I do appreciate your support. I'm sorry to disappoint you, my dear fellow, but I'm afraid I can't stay. Oh? I have urgent business at Madame Tuspel's. You mean your waxwork job? No, the waxwork abduction, of course. Madame has engaged my services. Ah, so you're trying to get the bottom of that ransom note, are you? The week's wages depend on it, as does the safe return of the waxwork, naturally. As such, I intend to give it to my undivided attention. Well, never mind then, I understand. Of course, with my skills of observation and reasoning, resolving the matter will be as easy as proverbial pie. I shall return forthwith. For until I solve the case, I shall have no money to afford a pie of any description.
Oh, then you must absolutely give it your full attention, Hurley.
Quite, Iris, quite. Life is riddled with irony, you know. Whenever I give something my full attention, I have a quite insatiable desire for a pie. One of the universe's inextricable mysteries, you might say.
Oh yes, quite. Definitely, absolutely. I totally understand.
Someone a little starstruck? I wish you the very best of luck, Professor Harebrain.
Oh, why, thank you.
I'm not making it go that fast.
He's just talking that fast. Before I depart, Mr. Naruhodo, a word in your ear, if you please. What's this about? As you have remarkably little grounding in science, I feel I ought to inform you. As compelling as this super high voltage instantaneous kinesis hypothesis may be, a practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible. But the professor said the demonstration was a success. Yes, it would appear that he fervently believes it was.
I've read Professor Bunnybrains' paper about it too, Bruno, and I have to say, I'm sure it can't be done. It could barely be done theoretically, let alone practically.
So he's completely barking up the wrong tree. But how could an experiment that had no possibility of succeeding in fact succeed? That's contradictory. And it is that contradiction that will be at the heart of the trial, I've no doubt. What's that supposed to mean? Now, I must hurry along. I wish you the best of luck, my dear fellow.
See you later, Hurley. Well, it looks like you're on your own today, Bruno. But chin up, you can do it.
Oh, what about you, Iris?
No, I'm afraid I can't help. I have something I need to do.
I see.
It's going to be a big surprise for you when you find out what it is.
That sounds ominous. Counsel the defense, the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Make your way into the courtroom at once. We're on our way. So we're just alone. We got nobody. An experiment that the laws of science say can't possibly succeed. And a scientist who's convinced that it did. That's the riddle you have to unlock here, Ryunosuke. That's the key to this case. Yeah, we're all grown up and on our own. Ooh, a whole new band of jurors. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are sitting today for the public trial of Professor Albert Harebrain. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. I'm 6 months out of practice. And what's more, I'm without Susato-san today. Ugh. It's just my imagination, or does the air in here feel even more oppressive than usual? So, I must say I recollect the victim of this case all too well, Mr. Odie Asman. Mr. Asman was well known as a financier, though that was merely a front for his diversive criminal activities. Diversive. It was only a month ago the man appeared in court prosecuted by you, Lord Van Zeeks. The jury unanimously found him not guilty. Because every member of the jury had been bribed by the sounds of it. These powerful London criminals were prepared to go to extreme lengths to keep their freedom. But 2 days ago, on October 21st, Mr. Asman met his end. The work of the Reaper, was it? That is how your lordship would describe divine retribution? But the fact remains that Mr. Asman's death was a direct result of the actions of the accused, Professor Harebrain. Very well then. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people. Are the 6 of you ready to fulfill your societal duty? I'm more gratified to have been selected to carry out this important civic duty. Most gratified. To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly, it sends shivers down my spine. Science experiments, magic, conjuring tricks, courtroom trials, all are nothing more than performances. Any spurious scholar that defiles the reputation of science deserves to hang.
We had to listen to what's said on both sides of fences and, settle on one. That's it, isn't it? Girl? What? She's like 12. What is she doing here? Oh, it's the man from Tussauds.
Was it like in my day? Was it like this at all? That's the police killer Ottermo lookalike. Again. And he's as exhausted as ever, it seems.
Now, as I'm sure you're all aware, the incident we're here to judge today tragically took place at the Great Exhibition shortly after its opening. Though the death toll could have been far worse, with the exception of the victim, no one was killed. Nevertheless, the dream of the science behind it. The dream of the science being exhibited rapidly turned into a nightmare for the spectators. Tragic turn of events. As such, the eyes of all London, yeah, with the eyes of the whole world to be on this trial. It is our duty to reach a swift and just conclusion, I feel. So, your opening statement, please, Lord Van Zeeks. At the heart of this incident is technology never before demonstrated anywhere in the world. Of science's latest developments, I take it, one of, oh my god, the government is keen to capitalize on Great Britain's the Great Exhibition to prove Britain's technological advantage. I'm really struggling. The technology being described by the accused was just...
Oh my god. Can I read the words as they're written?
The technology being demonstrated by the accused was described as super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. Good lord!
It's designed to disassemble human subjects using extremely high voltage electricity and beam them instantly to another location where they are subsequently reassembled.
Is such a thing even within the realm of possibility? I don't believe it, that's for sure.
Disassembling people with electricity? My goodness, how shocking.
The whole idea is absurd. The hypothesis would never stand up to scrutiny. Sir, I believe you are a fellow of the Royal Society, are you not? An expert in your field?
They have the same voice.
I am. My word is on the master can be considered final. Instantaneous kinesis is poppycock.
So this expert and Mr. Sholmes are in agreement. It's impossible.
What is the prosecution's views on the matter?
The prosecution would assert
that the accused instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a success.
What?
Right.
I think it said what a rot.
The professor's hypothesis is currently under investigation by the British government. If it is deemed to have merit, a substantial research grant would be made available. The accused made use of the invention built on his new hypothesis to take Mr. Esmond's life, in order to be the sole benefactor of the grant. But... This disastrous demonstration was no accident. It was carefully designed from the outset to end the life of the victim.
This is your friend that you visited in jail. And you're... Your missing balance stakes reminded me, you want to see Trolls 3 so bad. Is that not the one that the McElroys are in? Or is this a new Trolls? Oh, they were in Trolls 2. Okay. I did not realize there was a Trolls 3. Did not at all. Holy crap. I still haven't seen Trolls 2. And I maybe saw Trolls 1 once. Just came out like last weekend. But I don't even remember seeing any ads for it. No advertising, no mention of it. Like, I didn't even know it existed. I would love to have a movie night, Carly. A Trolls double feature? That would be amazing.
Prosecution stance is clear. You now bring forth witnesses to substantiate your claims. Gladly, my lord.
Here he goes, getting naked.
Bailiff, show the first witness to the stand.
He's getting naked.
Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court.
Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division. I was on duty at the demonstration the day in question, in charge of the following investigation.
Albert Harebrain, scientist. You were born in England, but have been carrying out research in Germany in recent years, correct? Yes, that's right. After graduating from university here in Britain, I went to work in Germany and made an amazing discovery, which is what brought me back. I had to demonstrate my incredible hypothesis at the Great Exhibition. What you demonstrated was incredible, all right. An incredible explosion. But the science was a success. The instantaneous kinesis worked. Everyone saw it. They must have done. Yes, it was a terrible accident, but the demonstration of my hypothesis was a success. Well, that much is undeniable, as shown in this photograph taken by the forensic investigation team. This was taken inside the Crystal Tower, I take it. The centerpiece of the exhibition, no less. Looks like he's got a gunshot wound to the heart. And how are those glasses staying on his face? I'm asking the real questions here. That's right, my lord. Seems the victim rammed straight into it. I see. Very well, submit the photograph as evidence. Okay. Apparent stab wound. Okay. I guess it can be a stab wound instead of a bullet wound. As the court heard, the victim in this incident was Mr. O.D. Asman. There have been a number of allegations made against the man, but putting them aside for the time being. He was the man who financed the research for the experiment and the demonstration itself. I see. So to summarize the situation, the defendant is accused of taking the life of the man who has funded his work. Would that be correct? Exactly. But couldn't it be the explosion was caused by some malfunction in the apparatus used for the demonstration? That's right. It must be. My splendid machine. My poor splendid machine. You saw it yesterday, didn't you? You can't even examine the wreck just thanks to the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. What? The wreckage? The wreckage? That being the case, how can the facts be established? How can it possibly be determined whether this was an accident or a deliberate and malicious act? Extremely simply, my lord. I beg your pardon? Isn't that right, witness? What? Sorry, B? No, your neighbor. Yes, sir. It was a murder. Plain and simple. Anyone can state that with complete certainty. What? How can you possibly think that? Thank you, Inspector. I think we had better proceed to formal testimony. You will explain to the court on what grounds you claim the experiment to have been a front for murder. The corpse that went crashing through the Crystal Tower had a broken neck. I made a minor miscalculation of the angle of the beam projector. That's all. That was my mistake. The post-mortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal wound. There was a lesion in his chest where it had clearly been stabbed by something sharp right in the heart. So the victim was killed before he went anywhere. And this fella's the only one who could have done it. Okay. Hold on. addition to suffering a broken neck, the victim was stabbed in the heart.
Information I would really like to have heard from someone other than the judge. The coroner says the deaths would have been all but instant from the wound like that. It was important that I take that 5-minute break to send that message.
You could say, in fact, that the victim was killed twice by the accused.
No! That couldn't be further from the truth.
I have the experiment plan document that was submitted to the security team.
The victim stood himself inside something called the birdcage and was ready to be beamed instantly to the second level of the Crystal Tower, but about 25 yards away.
The experiment did not go according to plan, however. As the machine was put into operation, there was a large explosion. The blast caused the beam transmitter to point higher than it intended. Accordingly, the kinesis resulted in the birdcage materializing in mid-air, from where it subsequently fell, crashing through the glass of the Crystal Tower's large round window.
I'm pretty sure all 3 of them were in it. They each have like one single line, but that was their whole thing, was all of them being in Trolls 2. That whole podcast about it. It's a great journey, that podcast. Oh, the trailer? I don't know about the trailer. Justin, might have been just Justin in the trailer.
My word, one assumes the victim's neck was broken upon impact with the tower then.
I'm so sorry, I didn't mean for this to happen. The machine was just too powerful. But honestly, really, I swear, it was just an accident, a terrible accident.
Unfortunately, that excuse can't save you.
No, not considering the sharp murder weapon that pierced the victim's heart. That was wrong. But murder weapon? What are you saying?
This is the autopsy report submitted by the coroner. The prosecution would like it to be entered in the court record. Your request is granted, counsel.
Autopsy report. Neck was broken from the impact of a violent fall, and he was stabbed in the chest with a sharp object. Okay.
Was there in person? No, I saw the whole ludicrous performance. The only other person on stage with Mr. Asman was that disgraceful excuse for a scientist.
Then really, by all accounts, it must have been him.
Hard to think otherwise, really. Very well, counsel for the defense. Proceed with the cross-examination, please.
Oh, yes, my lord. I need to focus here. It's been a while. Alright. Okay. Course would crashing through with a broken neck. A minor miscalculation. We have another injury, a fatal wound. There's a lesion in his chest. Lesion is such a weird word to use. Pardon me while I adjust. The defense knew nothing of this crucial information.
The prosecution received this report from the forensic investigation team only this morning.
Is there like more? 7, 2:20 p.m. Hemorrhage from a wound to the chest appears the heart inflicted by a sharp implement. Broken vertebra, most likely resulting from the impact after a sudden fall from considerable height. Okay.
That was the first we knew of it as well. I can only apologize for the impossibility of informing the defense.
Sarcastic and insincere? Thanks.
So, what was the nature of this sharp object? Among the accused tools that were in use at the demonstration, one is of particular interest. This. Oh yes, that would appear to be some kind of screwdriver, would it? Ah! There he is! My trusty little companion, Andrew!
Andrew? Of course.
Do you know each other already? He's one of my dear friends, like all my tools. I've named them all, you know. We're one big happy family. Andrew is my flathead screwdriver, of course. His brother Michael is a crosshead.
Well, it would appear that your beloved Andrew has a red stain on his shank.
That isn't...
It's blood, beyond all reasonable doubt. No,
That's not all.
the long, sharp shape of this Andrew fella is completely consistent with the victim's wound. What? The court will enter this friend of the defendant as evidence.
Okay, I would love to examine that. One of Professor Hairbrain's tools is the murder weapon. Would love to examine that. This is blood. Mr. Asmund's, no doubt. This is the problem with looking at murder weapons. I've seen this unusually shaped handle before. It's the same screwdriver that was lodged in the grill on the floor of the kinesis machine, which could be important information, so I should definitely make a note of it. Okay. That's what I don't think I got anything else to say about this. Great. Victim was killed before he went anywhere, and this fellow's the only one who could have done it. The wound, there was a lesion on his chest. I think I just have to press something. Victim was killed before he went anywhere, and this fellow's the only one who could have done it. What grounds do you have for saying that?
Do you really need to ask? There was only 2 people in the public experimentation stage in front of the whole crowd.
The victim, Mr. Odie Asman, and the accused, Professor Hairbrain. We know for certain that before the experiment, the victim was alive. That's right, I saw it with my own eyes. Furthermore, following the explosion and kinesis, nobody went anywhere near the body. In other words, the only someone else on the stage with the victim could possibly have done it. Okay.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Professor Hairbrain, do you have some information that may be relevant here? Professor.
Sorry. I was just calculating the optimum coefficient of electrolysis to separate molecules of the human body.
And the witness stand is the best place for that? It seems as though you might have something to say about Inspector Gregson's last remark.
Yes, that's right, of course. He just said that nobody else could have done it, didn't he?
Yeah, that's right. Who else could have stabbed the victim, eh?
I don't know, but there's no way I could possibly have stabbed Mr. Asmund, as you say.
Eh? Explain, please, Professor.
Of course, this cold-hearted policeman may not be aware, I suppose. But humans are warm-blooded mammals with blood continually running through their veins. I had heard. Then surely you've seen. If I'd plunged something the size of Andrew into the man's chest, the whole stage would have been a bloodbath. No, a blood swimming pool. But thousands of Londoners were watching me at the time. and yet not one of them claims to have seen a swimming pool of blood. Well, no, I suppose not. You see, not one.
True, I didn't see anything like that.
Well done, Professor. That was a great counter-argument. Okay.
Pray forgive the discourtesy if I save her a drop from my hallowed chalice to accompany my old friend's adducing. Here's to you, Albert.
Oh, you're too kind, Barak, but I'm really not a patch on you.
Oh, good lord. No, you're not.
No?
You've neglected to mention one crucial possibility.
I have?
A particular situation in which very little bleeding would result from a stab wound.
Of course.
Inspector, enlighten the court, please.
Yes, sir. Where are they going with this? They're gonna say that the murder weapon went across with him.
Which isn't true, because we found it on the platform with the machine.
Very well, you will amend your formal testimony now, Inspector Gregson.
Weapon with the victim was stabbed with must have been left in his body. No, not true. Impossible.
You say that while the weapon remained in the body, there's very little bleeding. Is that unequivocal?
Look, there was no blood in the experimentation stage, even though that's where the fellow was stabbed. The only explanation for that is if the screwdriver was still in his body, stopping any heavy bleeding. You saw it with us!
Common medical knowledge, my learned friend, even on your side of the world.
Yes, but about this screwdriver. The thing is, we actually saw it at the scene ourselves, on the experimentation stage.
What?
It was on the floor by the wreckage of the machine, poking through a metal grill. I went to pick it up, but the detective here stopped me. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Now you come to mention it, yes. Inspector, are we to understand that you permitted the defense counsel to investigate? That you contravened the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act?
No, not at all. I wouldn't do that. Oops, sorry. That was probably very loud. Just let him look, nothing more. It was very clear he wasn't to touch a thing. Yes, that's true. This screwdriver was in plain sight on the stage. But it shouldn't have been, should it? What are you getting at? If this tool had still been in the victim's body when the victim was beamed away by the machine, then it shouldn't have been on the stage. That's right. It should have been beamed across to the Crystal Tower along with Mr. Asman, and been found still lodged in the victim's chest. You're crushing them chips, my man.
How do you explain this, Inspector?
I don't... Looks as though everything that the victim had on his person moved with him when he was beamed. If the screwdriver was still in his chest when the instantaneous kinesis occurred, obviously, that should have been beamed to the destination as well. This is a strange situation. Even though people are saying that this instantaneous kinesis is a scientific possibility, we're still basing arguments on the assumption that it did actually take place. Alright, time to tighten the screws here. My lord, if the prosecution is unable to explain this inconsistency in its argument, we can only conclude that the testimony given in support cannot be relied upon. Lord Van Zeeks is stumped.
Hold it!
Okay, bud. That was a lot.
Do you have something to say, witness?
Yes, I do it. It bears out. The equation holds. Mr. Naruhodo, don't worry.
About what?
Without delving into the details, there's no inconsistency.
What?
Even if Andrew had been lodged in Mr. Asman's chest, my trusty tool wouldn't have moved. Andrew remaining on the stage is consistent with my calculations.
What? Why would you say that? Why would you say that? We've never had a witness fuck himself like this.
Would seem your illusions have been shattered. Clearly, we should hear the accused explanation. Or should I say, this brilliant scientist's explanation.
Just when I'd found an inconsistency in the prosecution's argument. Scientists.
Very well, the defense will testify again. Defendant, provide us with a scientific explanation as to why the inconsistency asserted by the defense fails to hold.
In the name of Apollo, I will, my lord. To be clear, I'm still at this stage of gathering data in my research. My hypothesis states that the kinesis cannot transport metal, though, hence the metal weapon that would have stayed put. In other words, the point just raised by Mr. Naruhodo isn't an inconsistency at all. Mr. Asman was the patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible. Now I have a duty to protect the incredible machine that we built together.
Alright.
So, the thrust of your testimony, Professor, is that based upon his hypothesis, metal objects cannot be moved by his method of instantaneous kinesis. In other words, since the screwdriver is made of metal, even if it remained lodged in the victim's chest, a subsequent discovery on the stage, despite the victim being found elsewhere, is not inconsistency.
He's wearing fucking glasses on his face. With metal. This is probably made of metal. Like, yeah, no.
And therefore, Professor Albert Harebrain could still have been the killer.
The great hypothesis holds, you see. We had to make this cage used to contain the subject from wood for that very reason.
I was not addressing you, witness.
Professor Harebrain.
Yes?
Whose side are you on here?
I don't take sides, Mr. Naruhodo. No. My only interest lies in upholding my hypothesis. I'm a scientist, after all.
Is he working for us or against us? It's very hard to tell.
Let's see how you cross-examine this testimony, my Nipponese friend.
Yes, fire away, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yeah. My kinesis cannot transport metal. Yeah. I'm gonna call bullshit on that, because...
Objection!
Professor Harebrain, you say that according to your hypothesis, nothing made of metal can be beamed by instantaneous kinesis using the machine you made. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. Spot on. Exactly correct.
In that case, I'd ask you to have a look at this photograph that was taken at the scene. In particular, I'd like you to pay attention to the victim's face. You can clearly see that Mr. Asman is wearing a pair of spectacles with metal rims.
What? Metal? No, metal can't. That's not... metal? No!
We've already established that the proposed murder weapon, the screwdriver, was found on the stage. However, if your hypothesis correctly predicted that outcome, it should also have predicted that the metal rim spectacles would be found in the same place.
My hypothesis!
Professor Harebrain, this isn't easy for me to say.
But your hypothesis is clearly flawed. Counsel, what is the implication of this? If, on the day in question, the alleged instantaneous kinesis never actually took place, it is entirely possible that the victim was killed somewhere other than on stage. And in that case, someone other than the defendant could have been the culprit. But my hypothesis is sound. I proved it that day. The experiment was a success. The experiment was proof of all my work. I could say something here in my capacity as a fellow of the Royal Society. Yes, juror number 4, go ahead. As a man of science, there's one thing I simply cannot abide. And that's a fraud who pretends to be a fellow man of science. What? Wait, great Scott, are you suggesting my science is suspect? It's just been disproved, hasn't it, in front of all of us? In other words, the whole demonstration was complete nonsense from start to finish. Believe me, my fellow jurors, when I tell you that this man is a heel, a bounder, and a fraud. I say the records of that machine should be stripped down and thoroughly examined. No, never! That machine is the essence of my entire hypothesis! It's protected by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act! The devil is that blasted act all about, eh? Who just made up such a daft rule?
I don't like the way this seems to be going. What's the best way for me to help the professor? I assume raise an objection. That's always the answer in this game.
Objection!
Professor Harebrain has yet to perfect his invention. That would seem to be the case, yes. But even so what? Going to such trouble and expense to create a fake machine to display in public, he would have absolutely no reason to do such a thing. He had an obvious reason to do exactly that. For the research grant money. The government was foolish enough to have deemed the man's ridiculous notion plausible. He and his conspirators would have received a handsome sum indeed. Conspirators? What would be the value of such a grant? 10 pounds? You're an order of magnitude out, madam. 500 pounds a year. You could live handsomely on that much for years. Society noticed an increase in bogus public demonstrations in the field of science recently. Plenty of scientists argue with each other. They're the largest science and fighting crank. People's greed is plenty motive enough for murder, I assure you. No, I haven't deceived anyone, least of all the government. My hypothesis is sound, the science is sound. Please, you must believe me.
Objection!
No matter how unbelievable this hypothesis may seem to you, ladies and gentlemen, the fact remains that the victim was transported instantly to the Crystal Tower. Which means that the experiment was a success.
Baroque.
And therefore, the only person who could possibly have committed this murder is the accused.
Baroque.
Where is this heading? I have no idea. My lord, if I may. Yes, Lord Van Zeeks. Prosecution would like to summon a new witness to the stand. New witness? What would be the nature of their involvement? They were spectators of the demonstration at the exhibition, who were occupying special seats. Eyewitnesses? Very well. The court grants the prosecution's request. I should very much like to hear from eyewitnesses to the incident. Prosecution's stance is clear. This experiment was no pastiche. The accused killed the financier victim there on the public stage before the very eyes of the spectators. Now, my learned friend. Oh, yes? It's time for you to make your own stance clear. There's clearly a flaw in the professor's hypothesis. I can definitely see that. But where does that leave me? We shall take a short recess now, during which time the prosecution will prepare its new witness to take the stand. As you wish, my lord. Good. In that case, court is adjourned for 20 minutes. Okay. I think that's going to be it for tonight, because let's check trial part 2 and how long it is. Actually it's not that long. Maybe we do trial part 2 and then we leave the last 3 parts to next week. And then it's nice and even. Yeah, okay, I'll stick with it. I'll survive. I don't know. We're gonna try. Okay, Nico, get yourself a bev. Mr. Naruhodo, what on earth were you playing at just now? Or rather, what on earth were you playing at all along? My hypothesis, my amazing hypothesis. You've been picking holes at it from the start. Sorry about that. But you promised me. You said you'd prove that dreaded explosion was an accident, not murder. You said you'd keep my precious invention from falling into anyone else's hands. But all you've done so far is try to undermine me. Yes, I did make you a promise. You're right. I said that I believe you and fight for your freedom to the very end. But I also told you I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypothesis. The fact is, there's an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there? But if I just run through some equations... Yes, you see, it's because my work isn't complete. Perhaps it is. Nevertheless, a man died as a consequence, didn't he? Oh no. You're right. You're so right. It's all my fault. I have no right to blame you for my failures. I'm a disaster, not just as a scientist, but as a human being. Well, that might be a little over the top. And while we're on the subject, what about Barak? He's being awful. Claiming his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean? He's a disaster, not just as a prosecutor, but as a human being. But, oh no, wait, he's a Reaper, isn't he? Perhaps he's not classified as Homo sapiens anymore. Glad that's cleared up. Can I double check something with you? Yes? What? The machine and demonstration you prepared. They were based entirely on your hypothesis, I presume? There was no trickery involved? I drew the plans for the machine with my very own hands. Every line was painstakingly drawn with the firm belief that science is the only future. So yes, it's true that my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet, but please, Mr. Naruhodo, you must believe in it. Did you build a machine? Alright, Professor, I understand. Counsel defendant. The prosecution's witnesses are ready to take the stand. The court is about to be in session again. Make your way to the courtroom, please. It all hinges on that demonstration. If the professor's hypothesis is sound as he claims, it leaves him as the only person who could possibly have killed the victim. But on the other hand, Mr. Sholmes was adamant. Practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible. So really, what should I be trying to prove here? In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsel for the defense and prosecution, are you ready for the new witnesses to testify? The prosecution is ready, my lord. As is the defense, my lord. So, Lord Van Zeeks. I believe these next witnesses saw the demonstration on the day in question with their own eyes. Indeed, they did. And as luck would have it, one of them is a police detective. So the testimony we are about to hear can be considered highly reliable. Perfect. A detective of all people. Prosecution's stance remains unchanged. Though it ended in tragedy, the demonstration on the day in question was scientifically sound. And consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed this act of murder is the only other individual to have been present on the stage at the time, the accused. Thank you, counsel. Prosecution's position is clear. So, bring forth your witness now. Bailiff showed the witnesses in. The witnesses whose proximity to the incident on the day in question will clarify the truth unequivocally. Oh. Oh, hi, Gina. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court to hear. My name is Balthazar Loon. I am the impresario of the hot air balloons of vicinity to the experimento stage.
My name is Wilhelm Gottreich Sigmason Ormstein. I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. I'm very rich. Inspector Gina Lestrade, Scotland Yard. I'm a great detective, even Sherlock Sholmes agrees. I was on security duty at the exhibition, got up to go get one of them balloons. It was amazing.
Gina, again. She did mention she'd seen the disaster from up in a balloon, actually, didn't she? She clearly loved every minute of it. There were 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage when the incident occurred. 2 of these witnesses were in one such balloon at the time and saw events unfold from the skies above. You make it sound like they were in the clouds. It was only an altitude of circa 60 feet, very low.
Well, you can't see nothing if you fly too high, can you?
60 feet, about 18 meters then. Thank you for your introductions. Now, you will give your formal testimony for the court. Kindly describe exactly what you witnessed, especially those of you who had a vantage point above the stage. Was an incident terrible. Incident terrible. I don't know. Is he supposed to be Italian? Spanish? I don't know. I'm only grateful that my balloons were not damaged.
There's a huge bang from the stage, and the next second, another bang in the sky beside us. And from amidst the smoke, a cage appeared out of nowhere.
A cage fell from the sky like a stone, crashed into the crystal tower. Might be French.
Didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower.
Most extraordinary collective account, I must say.
Could I just clarify something? There's a detail in the witness's testimony that I've not heard anyone mention until now. Specifically, that there were 2 explosions.
More precisely, 2 explosions in 2 separate places, yes. When the demonstration began, the balloon carrying the 2 witnesses was around. Here. There were other balloons in the air nearby at the time, carrying other passengers as well, to be clear. Then, as power was supplied to the machine for the demonstration, the first explosion occurred. The so-called birdcage that contained the victim disappeared from the stage, and a moment later, the second explosion occurred directly adjacent to the balloon car carrying the witnesses. The birdcage appeared at the site of the explosion, subsequently to plummet down into the crystal tower.
I was very surprised. I was very surprised. Suddenly a cage appeared before my eyes with a person inside. The blast was so hot, I didn't want to miss a thing, so I kept my eyes wide. Oh, we lost our balloon. I still have lots of money.
Precisely who is this curious infant? I'm told he's a young noble of Bohemian royalty. Apparently, he disguised himself in order to steal unnoticed into the Great Exhibition.
Yeah, I am here in London on a sightseeing trip with my elementary school.
We'll have the benefit of a child's point of view in the testimony.
Do we really need that?
When I remove my mask, this is what I look like.
Oh, yes, I see. A delightful face, I'm sure.
Yeah, everybody says so.
He's definitely like German.
Great disguise, then.
The point is, the testimony of these witnesses further substantiates the facts for the court. Namely, that despite ending in an explosion, instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. And furthermore, that until the arrival of the police, no one approached the crystal tower where the victim fell. Therefore, only the accused, who was with Mr. Asman on the stage, could have possibly committed the murder. Yes, thank you, counsel. The prosecution's views on the matter are quite clear. So, the defense's cross-examination now, please.
Yes, my lord. Okay. It's a terrible incident. Huge bang, and then a second bang. Okay. Cage appeared out of nowhere. Fell from the sky, crashed in the tower. Didn't get a good look in the cage.
Hold it!
So you actually saw the accident happen from up in the air.
Yup, isn't amazing what a detective gets to do, eh? I'm telling you, Otto, being a lawyer's a mug's game. You should join the forces. We can go flying together.
You know me so well. Yes, well, anyway. Could you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think?
Everything. We saw everything because we were up above it all. That dodgy cove climbing into that cage and that dodgy professor pulling all the levers. And that's when it happened. That's when it was that massive bang and the cage disappeared, just like that.
You were describing the moment the subject's body was decomposed by the electricity, I believe.
I didn't know what to make of it. But then there was another bang right in the air. I looked round, and there was a huge great fireball right next to us in the sky. And there was nothing there before.
Excuse me.
Master Gotts, does your memory of the day differ?
My teacher at elementary school says that when you meet someone for the first time, you should always use their full name.
Yes, what was it again?
Wilhelm Gottfried Sigmarsson Ormstein.
Just the four names, then? The point is, do you have something to say? Something to add in response to Detective Gina Lestrad's last remark, perhaps?
Oi, get it right, Otto. It's Inspector Lestrade.
Why does everyone have a problem with how I address them at the moment?
That is not what I saw.
Oh?
Yeah. There was a second explosion, and it was right beside our balloons. That is true. But I'm sure. It is what I said in it. What minute there was nothing, next there was a massive explosion. My teacher at elementary school said that when someone else is speaking, if you are rude enough to interrupt, you will have the most awful life imaginable.
Are all Bohemians brought up to be so full of joy?
Just before the second explosion happened next to our balloon, I clearly witnessed a green balloon flying in the sky.
A green balloon?
Eh, you what? Never saw nothing like that.
Well, I did. I saw it. You can't say I didn't. I will complain to the council. I will cry and scream. My testimony is the truth. I am Bohemian Prince. You cannot say this is a lie. That is not allowed. Playing a bleeding royalty card, are you? Typical. Says the orphan who likes to remind people she works for Her Majesty's police.
In that case, young man, I must ask you to amend your formal testimony. In the interest of cordial national relations between Great Britain and Bohemia. Okay.
It was not the skies that exploded. It was a green balloon that was next to ours at the time. Okay, I probably have to present something to this. Maybe the green piece of cloth.
Objection!
Or not. Nope. Maybe... My balloons were not damaged. But a green balloon exploded. Okay, well, I guess if it's not to this one, it's to this one?
Objection!
Mr. Loon, in your testimony, you said that all three of the balloons you had operating at the time were undamaged. See? So it must be Spanish. That is correct. I can't do Spanish accent. They had been caught in the explosions. Would have been terrible. I wonder if you might know what this is.
I think it may be.
See, part of a balloon. A burnt piece of the fabric of the envelope. Sorry, the envelope? Fair. Latin, or Spanish, French, Italian are all pretty similar. Pardon. That is a large round part of the balloon which becomes filled with hot air. It is made from very thick fabric lined with rubber. You do not want it to rip when you are in the sky. Just as I thought. This piece of cloth was found near the experimentation stage. In other words, as Master Gotts testified, a green balloon did indeed explode that day. If all the balloons in the sky above the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Loon, then your statement that they were all undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence. The balloon exploded that day. Why didn't the man say so? Maybe everyone on board was killed. Oh no, having just spent 10 whole pounds for the experience? How awful. Seems to me like those things crash 50% of the time anyway.
Objection!
The instantaneous kinesis did occur, but after the explosion on the stage. The point of materialization shifted to a location occupied by a balloon. Causing the balloon to explode? Yes, eminently plausible. An unfortunate traffic accident, as it were, but it changes nothing about the pertinent facts.
No, yes it does. This I cannot accept. Why not, Mr. Loon?
You're suggesting that I am a liar, that persons died in a balloon accident. There's no need to get fired up, Mr. Loon. The victim was a sole fatality that day. That's right, and I prove it. Balthazar Loon is not a liar. There's no such balloon in the sky. It is not possible.
You were saying it's impossible? Why?
This court has more important matters to discuss than the number of balloons that were operating that day.
Objection!
But we can't ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about this other balloon until now. My lord, the defense calls for further testimony from Mr. Loon.
I concur. There is clearly more to the truth here than that meets the eye. It's imperative that we clear up the issue with this phantom balloon, I feel. Witness, you will give supplementary testimony about the balloons you were operating at the exhibition.
Grazie, my lord. Maybe it's Italian. Might be Italian, actually. Grazie is Italian. I can't really do an Italian accent either, even though I am Italian. As I said, Balthazar Loon is no liar. Now I'm slipping into a Russian accent.
Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. They fell to the ground in an explosion. What a catastrophe. Mamma mia, pizza pie.
But you can't get away from the fact that a burnt out bit of cloth was found in the scene, can ya? The coppers at the yard reckoned it was probably some debris thrown from the explosion on the stage.
Mamma mia, this stupid ragazzo is mistaken. Maybe I can do. My balloons have red and blue zigzag stripes anyway. I rolled into that much better than I thought I would be able to. So your assertion is the balloon this child saw is not one belonging to you. Si, exactamente. If he saw a balloon in the first place, I'm going into... It's me, Mario. If he saw a balloon in the first place, I do not like sound of it. This is very bad for business. I'm morphing into Russian. Have a good mind to sue the land of Bohemia.
If you attack us, we will fight back, and it will be war, all out war.
That's amore.
What happened to all-out war? Sholmes certainly doesn't appear to be lying. But that doesn't change the fact that the testimony and evidence are contradictory here.
If the defense is unable to find fault with the witness's statements, the court must consider them the truth. Think long and hard on that, my learned friend.
The situation has clearly changed now. I have to get to the bottom of what happened here, no matter what it takes. Okay, cross-examine the witness. Happily. Alright. Now what if the way the guy got transported was via air balloon? Yes, I think you're right, Nico. I think it was in the balloon and the laser shot the balloon and then dropped him. And it was all staged. I don't think the machine actually worked. I have a feeling the professor did not build the machine himself. I think Mr. Conman built the machine, and it was supposed to not work, and then he got himself killed. All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. You can get burnt up bit was found at the scene. Copper thing was part of the explosion. Yeah, this is
Hold it!
You're not dumb. You're absolutely not dumb, Nico. You mean the color is wrong? Si, senor. I do not have any green balloons in my warehouse. And yet, a piece of green cloth was found at the scene. It was unmistakably from a balloon.
Well, I do not know how that can be. For the sake of argument, let's say that a green balloon did explode above the stage. You couldn't therefore conclude that it happened on the day in question.
Why not?
There have been recreational balloon flights over Hyde Park operating from before the Great Exhibition. One could have exploded on some earlier date. Unfortunate, as I'm sure you would agree. You believe it may have been from some earlier balloon accident that predates the exhibition?
No. Somebody shot the balloon with the crossbow.
Si, exactamente. As the signor says, it is not from one of my balloons. Clearly, it is Otto Ragazzo from Bohemia is mistaken about what he saw.
Yeah, I don't.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Master Gotts?
It's Master Wilhelm Gottfried Sigmunds Ormstein.
It was on the tip of my tongue.
Yeah, something is very wrong. I know what I saw. There was a green balloon there. I swear it. I swear all over Bohemia.
You can speak as much bad language as you like. That's wrong. But nothing changes nothing. If you do not have evidence, Ragazzo, then I must tell your parents to punish you, eh? Perhaps we'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishments.
Evidence? What is this evidence?
To give a simple example, young man. A photograph, for instance. Something tangible proof of what you claim.
Well, why didn't you say sooner? I have the photograph here.
Good gracious!
What? I had not been up in the balloon for I had not been up in a balloon in a little while, so I was very excited. I took lots and lots of photographs of the Crystal Tower, of the Bohemian Human exhibit, of the streets of London, of the hot eel cellar, the balloon, and the instantaneous kinesis experiment. Did you take a picture of that? Yeah, one picture. Really? You did take one? But all I wanted was a ride into balloon. I was not interested in boring experiments. Never mind that. Can you show us that photograph? Of course. And then you will see. You will see that I am not lying. That I really did see a green balloon. I would like to see it again. Well, I see you're all too shocked to speak. Yes, I think shocked is indeed the word, young man. Yeah, perhaps you cannot see that it was a green balloon from this photograph, but that is not my fault. That is the fault of the stupid person who made the camera. Wow. The A's of umlauts. That is one very bohemian sounding cry. Very well. The court will accept this photograph as evidence. Okay. I want to view it, please. It's not my fault. It's the fault of the person who made the camera. Yeah, the blast is not coming from the machine. It's coming from the ground. It's a crossbow bolt. Anyway. Well, never mind. I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful sepia memories to take home with you. In any case, when exactly did you take that photograph? Hold on. Okay, you can't see anything in the basket. Well, it was on the day of the big explosion. You don't say. When I pressed the shutter release, there was this very loud bang, and a hot wind rushed over my face. That means this photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred. If you ask me, this black and white photograph changes nothing. I cannot give a flying fig. I can only do that accent sometimes. Lovely language you've picked up. As I thought, Mr. Loon's testimony just doesn't quite add up. The young bohemian boy claims to have seen another fourth balloon, and Mr. Loon vehemently denies the possibility. It is hard to imagine the man in charge could be mistaken about the number that were in the air. Still, this inconsistency must tell us something, I'm sure. All three of my balloons were carrying passengers. There was no passenger in that photograph. Right? Yes. There's no passenger in that photograph. Unfortunately, the photograph Mr. Gotts took can't tell us the color of the balloon, but it can tell us something else, something crucially important. What? It shows that the picture balloon wasn't carrying any passengers. My goodness, you're right. But surely all the balloons would have been carrying passengers. There would be no sense in otherwise. See, they are for pleasure, for seeing the view. My balloons only fly with passengers. Which tells us that the picture balloon isn't one of them. So when the incident occurred that day, there was a fourth balloon in the sky above the experimentation stage. A mysterious green balloon. I know nothing. Niet. I only could tell you one thing. If this balloon was not carrying passengers, it was not one of mine. Oh god, his hat is pulsing.
Objection!
There are illegal tradesmen everywhere you care to look. Clearly, one such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the Great Exhibition and managed to operate balloon flights on Mr. Loon's patch without him realizing. See, a competition, trying to steal my profits. I did not notice because the
Esperimento that went wrong on the stage. This fourth balloon exploded at the very same moment Mr. Asman was beamed from the stage below.
Right, so them scraps have fell on the ground after and left them scorch marks. They didn't come from the stage at all. It was bits of balloons raining down. Because no one was in it, didn't get no attention.
A mysterious fourth balloon carrying no passengers, silently floating over the experimentation stage. This photograph shows us nothing more. A stray balloon carrying no one, operated by some rogue trader, clearly has nothing to do with the case. Its relevance does elude me, I must say. The court has seen sufficient evidence and heard ample testimony already. Prosecution calls for this trial to be concluded. No. Really? Have we really got the truth yet? No, I can't let this opportunity slip away. The jurors' minds are made up, and not in our favor. What else can this photograph tell us? Is there nothing more we can learn from it? There's more!
Objection!
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wait. Please don't give your decisions yet. The photograph from Master Gotts may well be hiding one more vital clue. What's that? A vital clue?
Objection!
We're well past the point of mere possibilities. It's time for definitives now, so tell the court. What exactly does this alleged clue in the photograph prove? The cause of the explosion. We can reasonably assume that the picture balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was not my fault.
Evidently, because the bird cage from the kinesis machine materialized in the sky where it had been flying. And the balloon, being filled with flammable hydrogen, instantly and explosively ignited.
Objection!
No, that's not what happened. What? It would appear that this photograph requires closer examination. I think I just stopped doing accents altogether, or like voices for a second. Counsel for the defense, you will highlight the location of the alleged clue in this photograph in the photograph. Of course, my lord. If you look closely, it's plain enough to see, and what's shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have, in a way that leads to an unbelievable conclusion. A clue that heavily suggests the real reason the balloon exploded is this. Right? Yeah.
Take that!
The timing of this photograph can only be described as miraculous. If you look closely, you'll notice there's a bright white line that appears to point directly to the balloon. Most likely a ray of light caught incidentally on the film. I'm afraid I can see nothing of the sort. If you look with a magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear what the nature of this bright line really is. Goodness, what is that? Undeniable, some flash of light, yes.
Oh, golly. Do you think it might be lightning?
No. It couldn't have been a finer day. I believe you may be looking at fire. A bolt of fire heading straight for the balloon, like an arrow. Indeed, even my aging eyes, it would appear to be a flame of some sort. My word, are you suggesting this flame struck the hydrogen gas that filled the balloon?
Objection!
I am, in fact. That's absurd. The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time. No flame could possibly have reached such a height.
Objection!
Actually, it's my opinion that a particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals how this is exactly what happened. What did happen? What evidence? If such evidence exists, counsel, then for goodness sake present it, man. Which evidence explains this mysterious streak of flame that appears to be heading directly for the balloon? I still can't examine it, so I'm just gonna have to present it.
Take that!
The true nature of the curious, slim streak of light is revealed by this. A curious answer with a slim chance of being the correct one, I feel. Oh. Maybe I can. It's gonna let me. I can't examine anything on this. This says I should be able to examine it. Present crossbow. I should be able to examine this. Oh my god! It's so exact. Nothing has been that exact. Some sort of lever here. There we fucking go. What the? What is this? It looks like a cross between a bow and a gun. I think it's probably used for the same thing too. There we fucking go. I didn't think it wanted me to just like... It always wants you to like find the evidence first before you present it. Or like examine everything. And I couldn't believe there was nothing to examine. This was found hidden at the foot of a small ornamental tree near the scene. Good lord, is that a crossbow? An arrow dipped in oil and set alight could have been shot from this weapon, sending a flaming arrow straight into the hydrogen-filled balloon. Are you suggesting that crossbow was used to deliberately... Blimey, you're right! That streak of light in photo looks just like an arrow, doesn't it? Then, the explosion of the balloon, it was... very likely the result of a flaming arrow from this crossbow igniting the hydrogen gas inside it. I've wounded him. Counsel, this is an extraordinary supposition. If the aim was to cause the balloon to explode, the shooter could have used a gun, of course. However, there's an obvious reason why that would have been out of the question. The noise of the discharge? Of course. That's right. By using a crossbow, the projectile could be fired at the balloon silently. Well, yeah, if someone had shot a gun in the exhibition grounds, it would have caused a real panic. With the big explosion, it would be a very big panic anyway, no? I don't like this. I should be pleased to have found a plausible new explanation for all this. Something feels wrong.
Objection!
Do you understand the implications of what you're saying, my Nepalese friend? If a flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon, then obviously it would have exploded. But if the birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued... What? Wait a minute. What are you really saying here? I don't get it. What, was the birdcage beamed up into the sky after all? Or what? My goodness me. Now I understand. That's what that sinking feeling is about. I think there's a good chance that the birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon all along. What? Did I just hear that correctly, Counsel? There's no going back now. The horse has bolted. Let's assume, as I said, that the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. On stage, when the experiment was started, the birdcage and the instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke.
At that moment, the flaming arrow was fired from the ground, causing the green balloon to explode and drawing the attention of the spectators to the sky above their heads. From amid the smoke, the hidden birdcage then appeared, to fall down and crash into the crystal tower. I think you'll all agree it's entirely plausible that what I've just described is the real truth behind the miraculous experiment carried out that day.
Good grief!
Objection!
This is ludicrous. What you've described is no science experiment. It's child's play, a contemptible display of stage magic.
Both Mr. Sholmes and Iris said that the experiment was scientific impossibility, in which case this is the only way to explain what happened that day.
And in any case, the victim's body was found inside the birdcage in the crystal tower. If the instantaneous kinesis didn't take place, how do you explain that?
Uh,
If I may put in a word, as a man of magic myself, such apparent discrepancies can easily be explained by some simple deception.
Juror number 3?
All that would be needed is a doppelganger, someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Asman, and having this other man appear on stage in front of the show as a body double.
Yes, of course. So, in fact, Mr. Asman must have been inside the birdcage that was concealed inside the balloon right from the start.
Objection!
That balloon would have been filled with hydrogen. Anything hanging inside it would have been scattered to the four winds when it exploded. No one would ever have embarked on such a risky venture. Not necessarily. The explosive force of the balloon gas would very much depend upon the mixture ratio.
Juror number 4.
Flying balloons are rarely filled with pure hydrogen, but is a mixture of other gases such as helium as well. Helium on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered. The mixture ratio?
He's so done. It's like, shut the fuck up.
Obviously, the victim's body would have suffered some burns. That would be unavoidable. But not to such an extent as to render this whole obscene charade impossible.
So everything that happened can be explained, logically and scientifically. The explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. It was all part of an elaborate deception to make it appear that instantaneous kinesis had occurred.
Well, goodness me.
And if we accept that this is what happened, it means that the victim, Mr. Asman, was never present on the public experimentation stage to begin with. In short, he couldn't have been killed by the defendant, who was on stage in full view the entire time. This would be very hard for the prosecution to counter. Lord Van Zieth can't credibly maintain that Professor Harebrain is a suspect now. Oh god, Harebrain, don't you fucking dare. Oh, don't you dare!
Mr. Naruhodo, I appreciate your efforts, thank you.
Professor?
But you can stop now. Just keep your mouth shut, please.
Sorry?
What's all this about, Mr. Harebrain? I, Albert Harebrain, hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. Odie Asman. Yes, it was me, with my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver.
This fucking idiot. What are you doing?
Defendant, explain this sudden confession.
Objection!
Professor Harebrain, what are you talking about?
It's what I've said all along. I must protect my hypothesis, my precious machine.
So you admit to murder?
You stand there and claim it was all a trick, an elaborate prank, but where's your proof? No, you'd have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it, but then it would all be over. My beautiful hypothesis would be laid bare. I mean, the indignity of it all.
It's clear that you drew the plans for the experiment, but you didn't actually build it.
It's quite conceivable that you were duped, Professor. If you'll just let me... Barak. Yes? I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you say. I swear it. So please, ensure that Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act is adhered to and protect my creation. If you admit that you murdered him, then it doesn't count. Then we get to examine it. Are you stupid? He is. I mean, that's obvious. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice at this critical juncture. Here's to my learned Nepalese friend. What? In his upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in the light of the accused's confession, do you intend to formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick? Because the moment you do, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act that protects the professor's invention will cease to apply. The prosecution will then demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. I am in fact going to claim that. I don't care what this idiot says. However, if you acknowledge the machine is genuine and instrumental in the victim's murder, any chance of investigating will be crushed, and the confidentiality of the professor's hypothesis preserved. Well, counsel, what is the defense's official position on this matter? What Professor Harebrain, my client, actually asked of me was to prove that the explosion on stage was an accident and protect the secrecy of his hypothesis. But there's no way to do that without implying that the professor is guilty, or implying the professor's guilt. Do I protect my client's life by asserting his innocence, or do I uphold my client's request but see him condemned? Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust. You've been silent long enough. This isn't talking your trade, my learned friend. Or is that all knowledge of English escaped your confused Nepalese mind? Mr. Naruhodo, there's no escape here. I have to make a choice, but it's an impossible one. I have to give up on something. But what? The defense asserts that the defendant's instantaneous kinesis machine was, in fact, it was a trick. I'm sorry, my man, but, it's a trick and I don't want you to die. You can't work on your experiment if you die. No, I can't say it. My client places faith in me. I can't just let him down. What must I give up on is not the question you have to ask yourself here. It's what can I protect? Hello again, Mr. Naruhodo. It's been far too long. Is she here? Is this a hallucination? Susato-san! But what are you? Hiya! My first Susato takedown in 6 months. There'll be time to talk later, Mr. Naruhodo. For now, we must concentrate on the task at hand. You really is depressed. Which is working out what I have to give up on, but not what I have to give up, but what I can protect. Professor Harebrain. Yes? Yesterday you told me that science is the pursuit of truth. Well, my job is to pursue the truth too. Yes, of course. And personally, I believe that you didn't stab Mr. Asman. I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? That your experiment and the machine you built with the victim are questionable. The truth behind that is what we must pursue now. So, you finally opened your eyes. What? And as for you, Albert, you can't ignore this any longer. Having heard my learned friend's assertion, don't you have something to say?
Barak.
Lord Van Zeeks.
Gosh, I've never heard him speak that way before. Almost kindly. Almost. In truth, there is one thing. Something I've remembered that's of relevance.
What?
On the day it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. A man holding that crossbow.
I beg your pardon? Professor, did the man have any distinguishing features? What did he look like?
Tall. Taller than me, and thinner than me. With straight hair, straighter and whiter than mine. Let me see. One less lens than me, too. A monocle. Rather stylish black monocle. But one thing in particular will help positively identify the man. You see, I know him very well. After all, he's the engineer who built my invention.
What?
He built the machine? That's right. Mr. Asmund introduced me to him a year ago. He's a man by the name of Enoch Drebber.
Enoch? Drebber? Does his name mean something? Members of the jury seem flustered. Not a name any scientist wishes to hear. The man's an abomination. Not a name any conjurer wishes to hear either. Who on earth is he? I'm afraid this isn't the first tale of this nature I've heard in scientific circles in connection with that name. There's talk of another flamboyant experiments that turns to be nothing but stage trickery in the end. Obviously, the rascal is after the government's research grant money. When magicians are in need of money, I've heard of them resorting to these underhand tactics. Some acquaintances of mine with experience of such things have mentioned Enoch Drebber's name before. The man is both an engineer and a magician. Yes, we're dealing with an unparalleled confidence trickster here. That's Enoch Drebber for you.
So the machine is a fraud, and you're gonna let me examine it now? You're gonna let me see it? Check it for what will almost certainly be a hidden compartment?
So it's true then. My invention. My great machine. It was just a grand illusion.
Considering what we've just heard about Mr. Drebber's character, I'm sorry to say that sounds increasingly likely.
Even though no one else believed it, I wanted to. I wanted to believe that machine would function exactly as my hypothesis predicted.
Which is why you were so opposed to it being investigated, I presume.
I knew that if the machine was examined in detail, its construction would give away my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen. But at the same time, I knew that if it was found to be nothing more than a trick, than a work of deception, then everything I'd worked towards, all my research, all my dreams, my whole life would be over. I was terrified at the prospect.
So you really had no idea then, did you? About the true nature of the machine that was built, and the true nature of Mr. Drebber.
I never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it.
It's entirely possible that Mr. Asmund and Mr. Drebber were working together to use you as a means of fraudulently acquiring the research grant money.
When I announced my invention to the crowd that day, it was the finest moment of my career. I pulled all the levers and turned all the dials in exactly the way Drebber had described. When the smoke suddenly started billowing out, I panicked. I didn't know what was happening. But I really don't know how the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything anymore.
Poor dude.
Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork? to release your invention from the protection afforded by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act. Just got to summer, and all the Coral Island outfits are fire. You make me just want to play this game, Carly. Make me want to play it so bad. Is the loading times any better? Like, opening it up? Because the last time I played it, it took like 10 minutes to open the game. It was kind of ridiculous. Yes, please go ahead. I'm very sorry. It appears that we shall have to suspend proceedings for the remainder of the day now. Takes a bit to open up, especially the first time, but definitely better than 10 minutes. Okay, good to know. Lord Van Zeeks, my lord. The court has newly been made aware of another party whose involvement in this matter is critical. Yes, Mr. Drebber. Gather information about the man. If possible, I should like him served with a subpoena. With pleasure, my lord. Now, counsel for the defense. Yes, my lord. When we reconvene, I shall be looking for one thing and one thing alone from you. Evidence that the defendant is innocent of the crime for which he presently stands accused. I understand. Good. In that case, this court is adjourned until tomorrow morning.
Susato is back. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? I'm so sorry. I was wrong. You were right. I tricked you. You tricked me. I dragged you into my mess. Oh, how did it ever come to this? I'm so sorry. It has been 6 months. Did you really have no idea, Professor? About what Mr. Drebber was really up to, I mean? About what he was really constructing? Naturally. That machine was the embodiment of my hypothesis, of all my hopes and dreams. I had complete faith in it. Alright, in that case, I won't say any more. Now, sadly, the murder accusation against you still stands, so we must do as much investigation as we can before the trial resumes tomorrow. Wonder if we'll get another Susato Tomboy flashback case? That would be great. Well, thank you for doing so much for me. I'm so sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruhodo. Arriving late? Didn't you receive my postcard? I wanted to let you know when I'd arrive. Postcard? What postcard?
I hid it from you, Bruno, so it would be a surprise. Well, did it work?
I was surprised, all right. Especially when she threw me to the ground. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I was just so happy to see you again that it sort of slipped out. Maybe we could stick to more traditional displays of emotion in the future. Maybe.
Susie's train was late until London Victoria this morning, you see. But we made the coachman really whip the horses hard so she wouldn't miss the whole trial.
I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself. Well, I'm glad you didn't. Oh! Having you at my side in court gives me the strength I need to win. So, I'm, delighted to see you back in London.
Oh, you're too kind, Mr. Naruhodo. I'm delighted to be here.
I hope I can continue to be of service to you. Of course. So, what's brought you back? Did Professor Megatoba not protest?
Let's save all that conversation for when we're back at home, shall we? You know, I made one of my most special blends ever for this special occasion.
Oh, Iris, how wonderful! I can't wait! Susato-san was back in London. It's hard to describe how happy that made me feel at the time, but despite my elation, our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. To be continued? To be continued. Alright, perfect. Amazing. That wasn't too bad. I'm glad I did that. Love to overwrite the save. Okay, let's exit. No, I don't need to be saved. I literally just saved. Beautiful. Amazing. Gorgeous. Fabulous. Oh, that is gonna do it. I am so tired. I am excited to go pass out and maybe get a real night's sleep tonight. Oh. Oh, thank you guys for hanging out. I really appreciate it. I love chatting with you guys. Well needed lovely social time for you. I'm glad. We'll have to figure out when we want to watch Trolls. We want to have a Trolls marathon. It's been too long. We still have to figure out watching. I know it's not spooky season anymore, but watching Marble Hornets. We should definitely still do that at some point. You've got the time. We'll figure it out. Next week, my parents are not here. My parents are gone for like a whole week. So I will have free evenings that whole week. I mean, beyond working, but like, you know, I don't have like parents that I have to socialize with. Just a dog. Just my dog. So yeah. Next week I should have normal stream. Yeah, should be fine. Honestly, the next like 3 weeks, well, at least the next 2 weeks, I should be able to stream normal time, which will be nice. And yeah, I love you guys very much. I appreciate you for hanging out. That'll be it for tonight. So, I hope you guys all have a fantastic rest of your Friday night and a fan-freaking-tastic weekend. And I will see you guys all next week, okay? Goodbye!